Hello everybody and welcome to ZeldaSpeedRuns, broadcasting the A Link to the Past 30th Anniversary Race Special. We've got two races for you back to back today. We're starting off with an NMG race, and then after that we have a No Logic Rando race. Commentating the NMG, we have Misanthropic Buddha and Clearmouse. Say hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello everybody. Thanks Ricky. How's it going, Buddha? You ready for this? Can you believe it's already been 30 years since the introduction of A Link to the Past?
Yes.
You can't believe that? Well, I mean, how could you believe that? I guess, is it like reality or something?
Correct.
Oh, well, okay. Alright, well, so, you know, we're going to actually kick this off with this is like a packed NMG race. We have like 40-some people, I think. Do you have the exact count, by the way, Buddha?
As of right now, it's 46.
That is, that is so many people actually running this game. I think the ALttP community actually has been around for quite some time, so we actually see all of this interest and basically seeing the progress of all of the people basically coming down from, you know, casually playing the game to breaking and running this game as fast as humanly possible. It's really quite something over the past couple of years.
Absolutely, and what is nice is that we have runners from all various skill levels. We have some of the top tier ones, the 123 runners, and then we have some people who have just started getting in the scene. So this will be an interesting little thing to watch.
Yeah, no, so, like, I mean, it used to be, I guess I don't really remember, like, how long ago, but it used to be, like, 123 was maybe, like, you know, one or two people. Like, when you got that, it was like insane, right? I mean, it's still like ridiculously like impressive in order to get there, but you know, like the community in general, just based on all of the tech, all of the enthusiasm, all of the support, you know, like in general, like the community times have actually gotten so much longer, and we're actually seeing, you know, basically more and more people kind of get into those like elite times, right? You mentioned, you know, top times. I believe it's actually world record is 123. You know, by Eddie, and you know, we actually have I think 8 total people now who actually have that time, which you know, it's just really amazing in order to be able to see this type of progress.
Well, yeah, and especially, I mean, like I said, for me, it definitely was whenever there was the last GDQ in person that really seemed to have. Really seemed to increase the number of people. I'm sure there were others as well, but that's for me personally when I really started getting into this.
Yeah, so I think we're actually just ready to kick things off very briefly. We're just waiting on a couple of last few people all ready to go. So anything you're excited to see for this race, Buddha? Since we have so many people, so I think actually we're going to try and, you know, get as many people on Restream as possible. Hopefully, our great crew here over at ZSR and Popsicle Sticks and Ricky, hopefully they're taking care of everything behind the scenes. Just gonna hopefully go that everything's gonna go smoothly.
For me, it's going to pretty much be just, there's always some key parts that tend to make and break runs for a lot of people. So mainly the bomb jumps are going to be the most interesting thing to me. And then otherwise, just all the little movement tech as we go along. But yeah, we'll just see how all that goes.
Yeah. And, you know, so we talk about, you know, so in terms of, I guess, like progression, you know, maybe from the kind of stereotypical trend, I guess, you know, for NMG progression, right? You first kind of make your couple of, you know, casual playthroughs, just get a sense of, you know, what it's like to kind of beat the game mechanics and stuff, and then eventually you try and, you know, make some, I guess, like time benchmarks, right? 140, you know, is like a, you know, maybe like 2 hour mark could be like your first one, right? You kind of try to slow it down to, you know, speed it up, right? To maybe like the 140, the 90-minute mark seem to be a very popular benchmark. And then, you know, you just trying to learn, improve, make your movements more efficient, tighter, and, you know, eventually, you know, you see basically, you know, your time just kind of starts to like whittle down, right? From 90 minutes to like 129, 128, and then every single minute basically is just going to be like another like pretty major milestone for people.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, and it starts here even in Escape with just if you'll, you know, just try to pay attention to the, I mean, some of it it might be hard to see, but it's just those little movements like pumping against the house and making sure you have clean diagonals and clean movement through this initial part here before they head to Uncle. And so on on the screen here, going from top left to bottom right, we've got Scoopel, Airy, Bitey, and Doomtap. Right now, you have Doomtap's audio, and so all four of them at least making a pretty decent start here. And so even here, there's these minimal optimizations like the pumping that happens there, and again other things that even I'm not fully aware of myself.
Yeah, no, and actually this is actually going to be like a pretty diverse set of runners, and so if you actually talk to a lot of like the more experienced, I'd say, NMG runners, right? The prevalent thought for basically improving your times for NMG is you should master movement. Movement is absolute king in this, and it's actually, as you mentioned, Buddha, it actually could be just like very subtle things, especially if you're not as familiar with NMG runs, right? And so this entire game, right, is something like 500 plus screen transitions, right? And these a little more things that they do, such as maybe like pumping, maybe they'll save you like 2 frames here, 3 frames there, and it's actually not that obvious like when you just kind of first like watch things, right? But these things do add up, and we actually gonna be able to see like some very potential differences, right? These runners go through from screen to screen for escape. You're like, oh, okay, this kind of looks basically like the same, but then by the time they get out of escape, it's like suddenly one runner is like 3 or 4 seconds ahead of like the next person, right? And you really just can't like pinpoint basically what like 2 people did differently.
Right, and so that's pretty much how this goes. So you can kind of see here even those little bit of movements and you see Arian Doomtap actually taking the lead now. And for anyone who can see this, just so you guys are aware, if you notice for Scoopel, Airy, and Bitey, all of their escape times are in the 550s, whereas Doomtap's is 620. Doomtap doesn't split until after he leaves Sanctuary, so just kind of keep that in mind.
Oh, really? I didn't even realize there was like a debate actually on when you were supposed to split.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know how hot of a topic it is, but yeah, it's most people tend to just do it right at the kind of that stereotypical or the traditional as soon as you get to Sanctuary. But some say technically you really should be splitting once you leave Sanctuary.
Okay, interesting. I'm definitely keep that in mind. Right, so we actually just see, a good number of, in this case, so what is some considered to be the hardest boss in the entire game, which was in this case the ball and chain guard. All 4 restring runners so far have taken 0 damage, which, is actually quite impressive. It would be probably maybe more impressive if we actually had like a relative, comparison, because that fight is actually certainly not very easy. The fact that we just see all 4 runners, basically mastering that fight, and being able to walk out of it pretty safely, actually is just a testament to basically how experienced they really are.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I didn't manage to catch everybody's fights, but did everyone do 8/?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that's another thing too. There's a bunch of different strategies there, whether it be 8/, 1 pot, and then a 4/, or both pots. All of those are different. Scoopel did a 1 pot, thank you. But again, and all of those have little time differences. But as we're going to kind of repeat ourselves here throughout this entire run, is that this can, you'll start to see if the gap starts to widen, why some of these runners are 123s and some of these are 125s or 130s.
Yeah, we actually also see that some of our restringers are actually here in chat as well. Feel free to say hi. It's always very impressive that they can make an extremely, I would say, controller input heavy run and still kind of be available in chat. So, kind of say hi.
Right, and now this is where some of the RNG comes in as they're coming through the back, as they just went through the first bit of snakes there, and then they get the small key to head into the sewers. And so we'll see how easily they can get to the rat key, and we'll see how far that goes here in just a couple screens.
Yeah, everything about these runners, the fact that they, have been so well practiced, basically, especially in Escape, right? This is going to be one of the first, kind of like segments. And from a casual player's perspective, right, Escape is kind of the first section of the game, so like you're not necessarily required, to do too many difficult things, right? Kind of as also people demonstrated, to take a slightly safer route. For example, doing like a one pot strat, taking a pot and basically taking off half the ball and chain's damage, as opposed to maybe just going straight up and trying to slash the guy, 8 times, right? But from a speedrunning like perspective, if you really want to try and get like the absolute fastest time possible, you are actually going to have to do some pretty precise movements because the higher risk, right, the more reward you get.
Right, absolutely. And earlier, all of them were able to get the rat key on the first boom.
Yeah.
Ari had a little bit of trouble trying to get past the rat to try to get into Sanctuary. Not sure if he was going for rat frames or not. But either way, they're all in Sanctuary right now. All looking pretty well, hanging around the... Okay, Ari...
What? Alright, so we do have some synchronous Sanctuary hard grounds. This is actually one of the first safeties, of the game that you can pick up. It is actually completely optional for most people who decide to run NMG. It is pretty much almost mandatory, just because you really want that extra heart, especially when you go into the dark world. Passive darkness is definitely going to be one of the big places, because it'll net you an extra hit, just in case something goes wrong in Calistour. Of course, Ari, being 123 runner, which is exactly how we ended up getting this reaction, typically speaking, does not tend to pick that up, because it is an extra, 3 seconds in order to get that heart? If you never get hit, right, why you need the safety? But of course, today looks like it's going to show some solidarity here for the rest of us mortals.
Right. Yeah. No, that was very interesting. It might have been just some sort of on a verbal agreement that was made, but either way, though.
Alright, we can certainly ask about that.
Yeah, we could. But yeah, the real big thing was the fact that, as you just mentioned, if nothing else, it really is a big deal to have that extra heart for Helma, if nothing else. As we see now, Ari first one in, 7:31 according to the ZSR timer. First one into Eastern. Now, Eastern itself is, at least in my opinion, a pretty simple dungeon, but it also, yes, you're right, it does help with Hera as well. But again, there is some, as always, with anything, RNG here, like first off, how the cannonballs will come, where you may have to dodge out of the way. And then there is also... And then there's also... and then, of course, how the Stalfos pattern goes before entering Stalfos' room. Ari, first one in, gets the clean 2. You just have to walk over particular spots to at least trigger them, trigger them for you able to hit them. And that was that. So now making our way through into the main room as people are disappearing from my chat. They're going to grab... Okay, Ari grabs the arrows. Usually most, if not everyone, grabs those arrows. Because if you don't, it is taking a bit of... You're a horrible... Yeah, there's a bit of a risk associated with that time save. So now we're going to come through here. Ari gets the boom. Let's see what... Doom tap. He also goes for the boom. Scoople with the slash.
Yeah,
and Body with the slash.
Yeah, Body with the slash, of course. And again, this is also one of those kind of more subtle things, right? A boomerang throw actually does save 3 frames over a sword slash. And these little things could add up. I'd also like to kind of point out, and this isn't going to be something that's going to be super high focus until probably later. Right now, actually, Ari and Doomtab are completely flat broke. They have 0 rupees to their name. They will have to scrounge up a couple of dollars, here and there, versus you kind of see this case Scoople and Bitey in this actually are flush with cash, both having 6 and 5. We do need eventually 110 rupees in order to gain entry into Palace of Darkness, and there is of course a rupee route, but it does require, I guess, a little bit of I would say favorable RNG in order to get you, some 5 or 10 rupees before you get kind of the big beats from the trees. I guess big apples or whatever.
Right, of course. And Ari, first one to get... Oh, and actually, before it gets back to the actual play-by-play here. But yeah, so we'll see also after Hera what routes a lot of these runners will take, whether they have... even when they're coming out of Eastern, how many of them will go get the 300 rupees in the back of Saha's closet, how many of them will do tree pulls, and so we'll see how that goes. So it'll be interesting, especially for Ari and Doomtap, the fact that they don't have any rupees at the moment.
Yeah, and of course, you're certainly hoping that in this case, like, these Popos will drop something. Airy, oh my gosh, dude, he has no luck with RNG, not even an arrow drop. Typically speaking, some of these Armos, some of these Igors will end up dropping, like, an extra arrow pack for you, just in case you have, like, 30, but it looks like some pretty unfortunate resources here. Both of them getting very, very pretty Armos fights, though, on everyone's side.
Yeah, it looks like everyone had a clean, straight-up Armos fight. Everything looked good. Aries claiming he's ahead of PB, so that means he's not going to be later, because that's the old jinx there. But anyway,
Yeah.
and also everyone had good ZSRs as well. That Zelda Gamer Room.
Zelda ZGRs, yeah.
ZGRs.
It's okay. We're on ZSR. It's all good.
Yeah.
But Buddha, though, this is of course arguably the best moment of the game. We have gone through 11 minutes of pumping and nudging. We finally get the thing that lets us move fast for the rest of the game, which of course is our Pegasus boost, our very hard-earned work here after turning the green pendant.
Yeah, I really wish, though, that would have stopped all the pumping and nudging that we have to worry about, but that is not the case.
That is true, but it stopped a lot of it, right?
Of course. So the first big thing is to get spin speed, to get out of here using spin speed down the stairs, and to see that Doomtap a little bit of trouble, but managed to recover. FSG, doesn't have any feed at the moment, so we'll see. Hopefully we'll get that fixed here. As now all of them, I shouldn't just say just Airy, but now all of them are going to be making their way into the library to go get themselves a book so they can get into Desert.
Yeah, and so you mentioned this, of course, the spin speed thing. So we do actually see in this case a lot of our runners are in this case, dashing with our boots, which is of course the very obvious part. But it does come in this case with some hidden abilities specific to the Japanese 1.0 version, which of course, as you alluded to, was spin speed. And this actually lets you, in this case, like basically move at the same rate as Pegasus boost, which is 4 pixels per frame. But in this case, you don't necessarily have to like charge up. So you actually just see Airy take an exit. Hopefully for the other runners as well, right out of a library in this case. They activate it. It looks like, unfortunately, Yoho did not end up getting it, but you can actually just run, right? Without having to basically stop and then recharge your turns. So it will save you a good amount of time.
Right. Is there a party going on back there?
Is there?
I'm hearing a lot of horns and
probably not. It might just be passing. Don't worry.
Okay, very good. I didn't know if anyone else was excited for this as well.
I mean, I think everyone is excited for this, right?
I mean, clearly.
This is actually quite an exciting race so far. Looks like though no major issues though from most of our runners, which of course is the goal for a no major glitches run.
Right, and though Airy took a bit of a bonk there, but that's okay. Still has a substantial lead, though Doomtap coming up right behind him. And just in case anyone was wondering, we have now switched. In the top left, we have This Is Not Yoho, and in the bottom left, we have ourselves a Chex Human making an appearance. As Airy first one in, we'll see how he makes his way here. Now, again, it should be important to note that he, in fact, does not have any rupees right now, so he will have to probably... Or neither does Yoho, now that we're looking at his screen. So we'll see how they get their rupees. There is a 5-piece they can get right before the glove. And most, if not everyone, will usually take that. So we'll see. But we'll see how this plays out, though, as we go along.
Yeah, and of course, being Desert Palace, especially coming off of Eastern Palace and the turn-in for the Green Pendant in order to get those boosts, we actually see some pretty good game design as well. We have some really nice long hallways, contrary to basically like the twists and turns of a village, right? It really lets you showcase the power of the boots.
This is very true. And so also one of the major, at least in my opinion, one of the major RNG points here is the cannonballs to the big key, because depending how the cannonballs are patterned, you may have to stutter step, you may be able to dash all the way through, which of course that can lose a little bit of time there. Now, if you go to Airy's screen real quick, you'll see what I'm saying in the top right. He's going to go ahead and grab that 5-pot, whereas when you look at Doomtap, when he goes in, he will not be grabbing that 5-pot, at least usually. So it'll save a little bit of time being able to skip those. But at the same time, part of the reason you'll take that, quote unquote time lost now, is it's a lot faster if you're going to be doing the tree pulls to avoid getting that 4th rupee that we'll talk about later.
Yeah, and of course, both Airy and DoomTap having 123 times, they are very, very well versed in what will basically get them the most amount of time, right? Or save like the most amount of time in this case.
Right, and so interesting to note, Airy did not do the spin speed down the stairs, whereas DoomTap did.
These are all very, very new things on Airy's stream here. So typically, I would say, Airy is probably, obviously has a very, very impressive energy time. He's 1:23.15. He basically does like every single trick that probably is in the book in this case. So, but we are seeing him basically take, maybe things a little bit more conservatively, just so this also could be like a difference, right? In when you're trying to make PB attempts versus maybe you're actually racing, especially in a large setting like this. We actually saw that the spin speed that DoomTap took, right, is actually quite high in terms of risk and not as much reward, even though it does save a little bit of time. Because if you can't control your spin speed, you can actually jump off Desert Ledge, and that's like a multiple minute loss, right? Because you can basically do the front of Desert all over again.
So yeah, you've described every trick in this game.
That's true.
So Airy now coming across one of the first, one of the bosses here that isn't as much of a pattern as Armos, and that is of course Landmo here. Of course, we all look for the legend that is the 2-cycle. And wait a minute.
And
Peter, DoomTap gets the 2-cycle. Oh my goodness.
It looks like Airy did. I thought Airy did as well.
I think Airy got a 3.
Oh, did he get a 3-cycle? Oh man, and DoomTap even with the swag boom out as well.
Correct, and he has the boomerang out. So yes, extra swag for him. Yoho, I was losing count there. It's kind of hard watching 4 screens. I think Yoho got 3 or 4, and Chex unfortunately had to wait for the end there.
Yeah,
Nope, either way now, both are out, so now this is one of those, and now, transition to Blunt Bunny now in the top right, as we are continuing on in our little journey here. So, let's see here. I missed if the Cactus Dash was performed. I don't think anyone did.
I don't also think so, but as you said, it's also kind of difficult watching 4 screens at once.
Correct. And so now the first one of those other, not the first, but one of the major skips here is, as demonstrated by DoomTap, is of course Fake Flipper. Fake Flipper allows you to swim without having to get the flippers. Do you want more screens? I don't care. Sticks, go right ahead.
It might be a bit much though for maybe like everyone to kind of keep track of, but there are a lot of really awesome people like in this race, so we can showcase all of them. If possible.
I mean you can. We'll just have to run it at 144p.
All right, so it actually looks like though, so this is part of the benefits, I guess, of seeing all of these really very well practiced and talented runners, is that it doesn't really seem like too much can actually go wrong, right? You talk about fake flippering. This is also one of those things where when things go right, things go very, very smoothly. If things go just even the slightest bit wrong, it's like disaster ensues. So as part of Fake Flipper, of course, the game is expecting us to have real flippers. But in this case, we tricked the game, right, to thinking that we had them based on like the very first frame. So if we end up getting hit, right, the game's like, oh no, you got hit. Let me recalculate stuff, and then it doesn't know what to do if we don't have real flippers. So then you can end up actually soft locking your game, which I heard that you can actually get out, but it's like 17 minutes or something like that. So. That's something that you would like to avoid in this run.
Yeah, it's not a real worthwhile venture. Now, as you see here, so far both Yoho and DoomTap though got in a little bit of trouble there with the cabbages, unfortunately. Whereas it looks like Blunt and Chex are going to have a pretty, at least, full health going into Hera here.
Yeah, and actually even looking at Blunt Bunny's health, he looks like actually is one of potentially our few runners who did not end up picking up the Sanctuary Heart. And I think as some people alluded in chat earlier, was that the extra heart is certainly not only useful in the Dark World, but also going to be useful here in Hera, and Death Mountain, right? We actually see how bad this RNG actually can be. You definitely want to go into Hera, with as much health as you possibly can. Everything basically here does, 1 heart of damage. The tiles, the mold arms. It's just not a fun time.
Nope. And as we see now, DoomTap getting the the faster strat here in this room, and that's to park yourself. But hitting the switch and being able to park yourself behind it. Blunt overextended a little bit, but that's okay. The only difference there is that Doomtap doesn't need to protect himself. He can just sit there, whereas Blunt needs to kind of watch out where all the tiles are. As Yoho is doing the famous.
Oh, is he doing the pot super speed? Nice.
He's doing pot spin speed, of course, the classic amongst the viewers love it. The viewers love it, as shown here. Check's doing the more conservative approach, but that's all right. Peter, first one to get the big key, and Peter Doomtap. It's interchangeable. Don't worry about it. And now, making his way, first one upstairs here.
Yeah. All right. So really nice here on the Beatles room. Being able to basically combine your sword slash, and use the ricochet off of the beetle in order to hit the switch. Really, actually, looks pretty cool. Also, it's a really nice time save as well.
Yeah.
Check's actually having a bit of a party though in the basement. You see those Stalfos basically just trying to get in his way as he tries to pick up the big key.
They tend. Sometimes they want to hug. It happens.
Yeah,
and now
Chex is pretty popular. He did also recently PB, not officially submitted yet to Speedrun.com, but he got like a 30-second or something PB, which was up to 125.22, which is really impressive.
Yes, and now the bottom right has been switched to one Dow TMB, and that you see there with the bomb jump, as Blunt Bunny has also done the bomb jump. And so
I was gonna say, I don't know. Yeah, did you see? Did Dow do early bomb jump? I didn't quite see it in this case.
No, I missed it.
Okay, no worries, of course.
So at least, minus Dow aside there, it seems like everybody has managed to get it. Blunt almost got himself yeeted into another dimension, but managed to recover.
Yeah, these Moldorm, of course, is not exactly the most predictable of bosses, and actually kind of like the trend of light world bosses, right? In this case, we had Ball and Chain, cool boss. We had Armos, right? Very predictable. We had almost a scripted fight, in this case, is very well practiced. We got Lamos, which, at least can be set up in the first, basically cycle. Otherwise, there's, some reaction, but Moldorm is just RNG. He just moves basically the way that he wants, and it's very, very unpredictable. So the best hope, of course, is that you can kill him before he kills or he knocks you off.
Dow almost meeting up with Katy Perry, but fortunately was able to get past her. Blunt did not have such trouble. Chex just finishes his Moldorm fight, so at least we're all out of there. No one fell, because that's really the biggest worries. No one falls in Hera. That time suck is going to be huge. It's
actually surprisingly large. It's like, you fall, you go down a screen transition, and you're like, okay, let me just climb right back up. It can actually be pretty close to like a minute, especially fall down the middle hole, then it's like two whole forks, right, as opposed to one, which is even more punishing.
Right, and now Dow's going to start his journey for the tree pulls. Grab the 2 on the right, which is fine. I missed what Blunt did. Yoho doing the 3 blue ones, and then arrowing the bird. As now we're making our way through the woods, gonna go get ourselves a Master Sword, which is the only thing, the only thing in this rule set that allows for us to get into Agate Tower at 23, look like 23:39 or so. Dow's the first one to pull, at least on the screen. And then Blunt coming in shortly after. Yoho V third, and Check's not that far behind, only a few seconds.
Yeah, and of course, trying to get through Lost Woods in this case, you actually see that most of our runners, at least the ones featured here on Restream, are going for tree pull rupees. So they're going to try and they have to try and keep their health, they basically can't get hit in order to get in this case, like the second tree pull, which is going to be 80 rupees. Lost Woods can have some surprisingly unfriendly, hidden, I guess, like dangers right underneath bushes. You can get guards, you can get bombs, and the hope, of course, is that you end up basically avoiding all damage until we see, in this case, like for example, Dow successfully managed to take his triple and his 80 rupees. He is probably going to pick up 5 more rupees in the castle tower itself in order to get him above that 110 threshold.
Right, you only need 104. At the lowest you need is 104 to get in. I know there's other, and because if you follow like the path normally, you can get others. Even though Blunt has a 102, I know there's other ways to get some extra rupees other than what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, and right. So I mean, so at this point, I don't think any runner is particularly worried about their rupee count. But right now, especially on Bloodside, we actually see him, unfortunately, kind of getting clinked and ruled in this case by the guards, because sometimes the collision detection isn't the greatest. And what is currently going to be the most unfortunate is that you see him no longer having full health, so we cannot use these really nice sword beams for the beginning couple screens here of Aga Tower.
But Blunt, the professional here, does have the backup strats, as you see here. Obviously a little bit slower than the beams, but still manages to get through that first room in a very clean, as opposed to what could have been.
Yeah, and especially actually for this particular screen. So this is actually probably one of the most important ones. It's just in terms of how you end up killing enemies. So one thing that people had discovered about this game is, so prize packs within enemies are actually connected. And it turns out those dashing blue guards are connected to pokies all the way later in Turtle Rock. And they're actually in a really nice in a really nice price pack. You get like 8 bombs, you get like a full magic bar. And in particular, we really care about is a fairy, because we potentially could take a lot of damage in Turtle Rock, but we would like to have it later on. But you do not end up advancing the price pack counter if you end up dash killing something. So that's actually why another good reason that a lot of people like to have sword beams is that for that room, you can just sword beam both both guards, and then dash killing them into something that's like very, very like a very like smoothly executed prize, right? But the fact that Blunt didn't have any sword beams, he had to kind of slash the first time and then dash kill them.
Right. So, yeah, and that's, of course, as you said, that's something, it's funny, because, yeah, we have to worry about that now for Turtle Rock near the end of the run.
It's like an hour later, basically, right? It's like, who knew?
Yes.
Basically, we hadn't planned so far in advance.
Correct. It'll be about 45 minutes or so, and it should be noted that Blunt had to go to that left side in the dark room to get himself the extra fiver, which isn't great. And as you see, just so you know, on the bottom left now, Twin Mommy 23 is now made her way onto the big screen here. And, Blunt had a little bit of trouble, but manages to not fall. That's good.
Yeah, not falling is definitely a good idea. So, like, especially towards the end of that screen is, if you've ever actually experienced it and you kind of see, like, the screen also scrolling back, to, like, so the camera reorients itself, it is... You really just want to hold the fast forward button at that point.
Correct. And now here is one of the bigger RNGs in this game is, of course, blue balls. So we will see now how many blue balls each runner will get. Now, of course, the blue balls, as shown by Dow there, unfortunately, you can't actually do damage to Aga, whereas the red, orange balls or whatever do damage. And so we'll see how this goes. So far, I think I saw one for...
It is so hard to keep track of right now.
Yeah, I think I saw one for Dow, and I think Blunt is either on 2 or 3. I'm not entirely sure. If he's on 3, that's actually really, really bad.
Yeah, and of course, this is also one thing that, for those of you who may or may not have played, I guess, the randomizer, done races like this, so typically if you play end up like the same seed, they actually fixed it so that, Aghanim's like blue balls and where Ganon warps are, those patterns are actually fixed. That is not going to be the case here with NMG. You are going to basically, press your luck and hope that the number of blue balls you get is at least lower than your opponent's, or of course ideally, just like none, right?
Right, yeah. And so Dow got himself a 2 cycle, which is pretty good. That is the average, I believe. Whereas Blunt, unfortunately, is having some issues. God. I think he's at 5 now, 5 or 6. Oh, by the way, we have a transition on the top left. We now have McMonkey. As now McMonkey is strolling about the old Aga. And
yeah,
Dow...
it looks like Blood's still going, unfortunately. Jeez. Alright, just made it through.
And so looking at the race chat, though, Eri had 3, Dow had 2, Thalane had 1, Scoopel 3, Trinix and Kaznode had 3, a bunch of other people had 3, Blunt did end up with 7, and Ham also ended up with 7, poor bastards.
Yeah, that's not a place where, in this case, you end up wanting to get this kind of block, of course.
Right, and Chalmers getting the 0, so that's good.
All right, okay.
So this is now important here as Dow's getting through to in the pod overworld. The reason you need 110 rupees, for those of you who may not be familiar, you need 10 rupees to talk to the monkey, and then another 100 to pay him off to press that button up top. Now, what's really important, though, of course, is you really can't get hit when you have the monkey, because the monkey will run. And if he does, you have to pay another 10 rupees. And usually, in terms of the rupee count for most runners, they don't have enough to take that hit and go back. So you'd have to do this very long, roundabout way to getting into pod.
Yeah, and so certainly at least on Restream, we ended up seeing that at least our Restream runners all went for the tree pools, which of course, as you just said, Buddha, like basically like that route, kind of assumes in this case that you don't end up getting hit. Which you see on Twin Mommy's side though, she does actually have quite a bit more of a buffer. In this case, she has 133, so she can't actually afford, in this case, to get a hit if she has Kiki. Most likely, I want to say this is probably from Saha rupees, as in another way, basically, in order to get money is that, I think you mentioned earlier, is when we end up picking up our boots after we complete Eastern Palace, we can actually get to the back of his closet, and there are 100 rupees waiting for us, including 3 bombs.
All right, so Sabin now in the top right, of course, employing the risky strategy of using French text.
This is definitely news. We get new content here. I'm very excited here on ZSR.
We'll see how much of a time save that could be. It's possible, as Sabin is skipping. Okay, doesn't bother for spin speed because you can't do it on that. Never mind.
Oh wow, that's right, because it's exclusive to the Japanese 1.0 version, and I do not believe the Japanese 1.0 version was ever translated into French. So yeah. Yeah.
So Sabin will be taking the very interesting route. We'll see how all that entails. As McMonkey now gets in, Twin finally got through. Twin got. Looking at chat here, she got 2 blue balls, so not bad there. And now Dow with one of the other big tricks here for the JP 1.0 is, of course, everyone's favorite, the old bomb jump here. Double pixel perfect. He gets it with ease.
Yeah, no, that was actually really well done as well. So you do get, looks like, a couple of screen transitions, menu buffers for free, but I mean, but every single time you decide a menu, right, it's like an extra second. So, I mean, the fact that Dow, executed that very well is really cool to see.
Right, and also though, and what's nice though, I forget the command, but yes, you can in fact pause buffer many times, and it will still be faster than what you have to do. Vanilla.
Yeah, the developer intended routes for some of these dungeons, certainly Palace of Darkness is going to be one of them. Ice Palace, of course, the big one that sticks out in people's minds. It is surprisingly lengthy, and for speedrunning's perspective, we really would like to cut down as much time as we can. And seemingly they all kind of involve some version of a bomb jump, actually, in order to cut down time.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of the major time saves tend to be the bomb jumps, yes. And so now I'll be curious to see though how Sabin now is going to approach this whole thing, given his current version. Oh, thank you, Chex. Yeah, 30 paws, that's what it is. And yeah, Malmo, you're right. Yeah, and also another thing that I did forget to mention earlier, aside from not being able to do spin speed or anything like that, Sabin can't also do fake flipper. So the fact that he's here at this point is kind of impressive.
Yeah, all of these little things, I guess, is unexpected for sure, because I think we're all just so kind of used to seeing the Japanese 1.0 version run, but it's really very cool to see.
Very much so. And now Dow, first one into Helma. Now, this fight, I mean, while still scary, has been not trivialized, but somewhat easier with the fact that you can, if you spin speed, you can actually have a bit of a larger hitbox on Helma, making them just a little bit easier. You don't have to get real close to them. And as you see there, Helma, though, being really generous with the lack of fireballs. And Dow makes it look pretty simple there. And now, now let's see if Sabin get himself a fancy bomb jump. He does not. He was a pixel off, unfortunately. And so, fortunately, he doesn't have to, like, leave the dungeon and come back. He can just go out of the room, back into the room. But now you do have to be careful with bomb count, though. That's one of the things you have to be mindful of, and we'll see. Hopefully he gets it as Twin gets hers. McMonkey already along. Sabin, unfortunately, dropped again. All right, fine, Sabin. We won't mind you. We'll just keep it going. And so McMonkey wake his way down, and actually, at McMonkey's point here, we'll just kind of show one of the things that's important is that you really do want to have beams coming down into the basement, because for at least that first room, as soon as you come down the stairs, it's more preferential to, or it's faster, I should say, to beam the switch rather than having to go downstairs. You're on hammer, and then you have to go to boomerang and then go back around. It's a whole big thing to do. Mm-hmm. So now, unfortunately, though, McMonkey did take a bit of damage, so that means he's down his Sank Heart. So unfortunately, he has to now worry about, he can only take 3 hits as opposed to 4. Sabin, unfortunately, has bowed out in a way that he has died, I'm assuming, to fire. And we have a transition in the bottom right. We now have Glan, who just got rid of Helma.
Yeah, and you know, as you were mentioning, you know, basically with, you know, these Helmasaur fights and the incorporation of spin speed, I would actually like to say it's kind of like relatively recent. I mean, relatively recent, like ish, right? It's not like, you know, earlier, like last 6 months or anything, but you know, certainly historically, before the introduction of spin speed, and you're able to kind of offset the hammer's hitbox in order to, you know, basically make your life, you know, a little bit nicer. I mean, have you ever tried using the hammer, like, to try and, like, hit Helmasaur? That hammer hitbox is pretty awful, right? So then kind of people have to, you know, try and basically make that fight much riskier. Of course, you don't have a lot of health because Helmasaur ends up doing so much damage. But then also, right, like, you know, runs die probably more frequently. And then, you know, if you have to resort to basically taking a bit more conservative route, like, you know, Master Sword slashes, it's 8 hits, right? As opposed to, in this case, you know, 4 with the hammer. But of course, you know, with the introduction of spin speed, or at least arming it, right, and being able to offset, you know, the hammer's hitbox, your fights basically become a lot more consistent and safer.
This is true. While Twin, though, does manage to get the kill, which is good. And now, transition, top left, we have Vextifer. I hope I'm saying his name right. Vextifer coming out of pod. And meanwhile, we have Glan, who is now making... All right, so Glan right now, just to kind of put everyone up to speed here, Glan is currently making his way over to Stumpy, because Stumpy has something that we need for, well, it's an item to get an item, which is always fun to do.
But it's a very important item, of course, right? You know, so not only, of course, does it give us our requisite access into another dungeon, Mystery Mire, later, we also, you know, can be able to use it, in this case, for fast travel. And, you know, as part of the categories, I guess, like, rule set, we are actually not allowed to save and quit. Everything basically is just one very smooth game, right? So you actually see some pretty creative overworld routing in order to get to, you know, some locations the fastest way possible. Of course, once we have the flute and we activate it, you know, very, very soon here, we're going to basically, you know, be able to, in this case, like, map work, basically, right, to some of the faster points.
Right. And so, and actually, as you kind of saw there, another thing that I forgot to mention, as Sabin demonstrated back earlier about why you also want to have full health, is that also you notice he had to actually switch to use the arrow as opposed to just using beams, because again, the arrow's slower.
Yeah, and, you know, so for how optimized, you know, these routes are, you know, for basically, you know, especially for high level speedrunning, you know, resources is surprisingly, you know, tight, especially for arrows. You can never have enough arrows. I believe there are, like, a lot of, like, backup bombs, you know, that you can end up picking up, but, you know, in terms of arrows, it's, you certainly have to be much more mindful about them.
Yeah, this is very true, as now Vex gets himself a spin speed, so that's good. Really, the spin speed is really how... well, one of the better ways to get past that red guard, because that red guard, Usain Bolt, as you call him, definitely has his he's definitely got his running shoes on, and I feel like if you don't do that, you're almost guaranteed to get hit.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's actually a very general consensus. Is you mentioned earlier spin speed is really super awesome. Of course, unfortunately it is limited to the Japanese 1.0 version, and so that's not kind of really possible for saving. But even if you end up basically not doing spin speed for your entire run, right? It's probably fine. You do probably end up losing a little bit of time, with the probably exception of that one specific screen. Is you really want to be able to keep your health, and that red guard can really do quite a number on you if you're not careful.
Correct. And on that, we now have a transition in the bottom left. I'm gonna butcher this. Where was for? Where was it?
I'm glad you're the one attempting all these names, Buddha.
Where it is until someone corrects me. So, where here got himself he just got himself the flute, so now he's going to go activate that. Whereas Glan firmly hanging out here in Thieves. Yeah, I knew it was Thieves something. I was going to say Village, but that didn't make any sense.
We don't really care about, I guess, about the nuances between a village and a town and I guess what else is there?
Right. Oh, let's see this as Glan's the first one here to come across everyone's favorite. Let's see here. Does he get
the one hallway?
No, he doesn't get Hellway because unfortunately Patrick Starr decided to get in the way at the beginning there, so pretty much just ruined his chance.
Yeah, he looks like he did have a pretty good backup attempt, and then he took some damage. Looked like intentional in order to get these iframes in order to get through like the rest of the hallway. But as you said, enemy RNG does not have to be kind to you, right? Because he basically got stopped right at the end, also by another, in this case, Patrick Starr enemy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a case of it was a good strategy. Don't get me wrong, it was a very good strategy, and that was a good attic as well by Glan. Being able to, so what I mean by good attic, it's being able to switch quickly to the bomb, and then being able to hit it, get the bomb to blow the hole, and then being able to get through and be able to dash out without having to wait. So that was good on his part. Up transition, top right, we've got Tam now. Tam, unfortunately, in a little bit of trouble, and by a little bit, I mean a lot. One heart, so unfortunately, Tam is in one hit KO mode. And so hopefully Tam will be able to, they'll be able to escape this, because it's tumultuous all the way down to get that Titan's Mitt. As you see,
yes.
As you see with Glan here, Glan taking the more conservative approach of just walking through. You can actually dash through all of those locks, but that does require timing.
And you actually do bonk if you end up trying to dash through the lock. So yes, it's actually pretty precise, as in you have to basically dash and then cancel, unlock the door, and then dash again, and then stop and then unlock the door. So certainly I can appreciate the just let's just walk this thing type of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, and also you can just dash it like normal if you want, just dash and stop, but that actually will lose some time here. As we now head into the blind fight for Glan, and actually let's hear Wera gets the god pixel. That's exactly what we're talking about there. Yeah, you can just get in the middle there. You can go ahead and easily get through everything. Did you know that blind is a scripted fight?
I might have heard that from some previous commentary that you've done, Buddha. So I'm glad that you have reminded us in this case that it can be a scripted fight.
Yeah, usually Glan, though, having a little bit of trouble, but still, for the most part, sticking with it. But he got it. A little bit of trouble there. Let's go to Tam here and see if Tam can follow the script. I see Tam, they got themselves that spare heart before going into blind, so that's not a bad thing. But the problem is that,
yes,
Jesus.
Oh man, that was pretty close.
So that heart actually was the saving grace for them, because everything but the fire. So really, only the fireballs do 1 heart of damage, whereas everything else in the blind fight does 2. So they would have been dead, and they would have had to restart, go back in the room. But the biggest problem is that the script gets broken. You can't do, as you see now, Vex also following with the pattern as well here, and Vex, a little bit early there, but manages to get the final kill. So far, the 3 that are on screen right now have managed to get through. As we see, Wera making his way to a Titan's Mitt, and then hopefully Wera will be able to follow suit with the blind fight. Glan now going into this is the This
That's
is
the brewery.
The brewery. I'm about to say the
Mhm.
bar. That is not the bar. It's the brewery where I get themselves the 300. That'll be for later. And now Glenn is making his way to get himself a frog so he can get himself a fancy sword. So I think most of you might be familiar with this. Now, even though, okay, you wanted to make
We
sure.
got a map check as well.
You
Okay, nice.
Look, you get lost sometimes. You need to make sure you know where you
That's
are.
very true. You know what? And sometimes, we do take these little things for granted. We have to basically just assume that, we knew where all the crystal dungeons are and in what order. Glad that in this case, Glenn gave us a sneak peek of what's actually on the map.
Well, I mean, we don't have any trackers here for this, so I mean, how the hell else are we going to know what's going on?
That is true, exactly.
And Wera does get the blind fight script. Now,
yeah.
the whole reason, now this seems like a big thing, right? This seems like a big waste of time that Glenn's doing right now because he's not going to Skull Woods. He's just running in and out of a door as transition. But anyway, the whole point was so he can get himself, as you see in Tam's screen, going to get himself the Tempered Sword, in which the Tempered Sword pretty much is going to be really helpful, even though it's a bit of a time suck now. It's much more helpful when we get to those later bosses because the Tempered Sword does so much more damage than that of the Master Sword, especially really the Ganon fight, if nothing else. And then, as I did mention, transition, bottom right, now we have Kaznode just getting himself past the mummy statue room and got himself a big key, so he's about to go get himself a fire rod.
Yeah, and of course, also just another thing about the Tempered Sword, so we are actually seeing, all these very talented runners. I believe, as far as I know, they are still human, and humans are arguably, I would say, less consistent than something maybe like a tool-assisted speedrun, right? So the fact that we even do have a Tempered Sword, just like having spin speed, for Helmasaur, makes things a bit safer and much more consistent. And that's exactly, something that very much people would look forward to, when they're doing speed runs, right? They want to be able to consistently, in order to, in this case, like save time and execute well.
That is correct. As we see here, Kaznode gets himself the key, or got himself the fire rod, and now he got himself the key, and is gonna make his way to the back. And so, make the quick transition. Yeah, you just have to fire rod the proboscis, and then you'll be able to get in. Let's see, will Kaznode be able to get the... Nope. Unfortunately,
no, that is unfortunate, yeah.
Fire Snake decided to not have any of that. Tam, unfortunately, had some trouble getting into the back. Like, the mummy and the skeleton wanted nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I would also like to, just as a friendly PSA, right? Especially you watch, these runners do their runs, what we're seeing on here in pre-stream, 90% of what we see probably is just like good execution, right? And you're just like, oh yeah, this room looks super easy. The mummies don't get in your way. We can just basically drag in the statue. It takes a little bit of time, but we just basically go through the motions, right? And then it's like you're off very slightly, and things just go like horribly wrong. Kaz.
All right, Kaz.
Wow.
All right, Kaz made a little bit of a scare, but not bad all in all. Vex on the top left there did have a little bit of trouble getting past the mummies, but not too bad. Managed to recover fairly well there. Thank you, Chex. And so Kaz got beat Moth and got himself the crystal. Now, of course, with I lost all train of thought. Oh, transition. Top left, we have Relkin 96 now with the Mario layout. Okay, so that's what I was trying to say before with Tam, actually, with the top right there, was that they managed to get that good pattern with the Fire Snake not impeding their path. And so with Kaznode's fight, what's important to always mention is about the spikes in the room. Not sure why, just reasons, programming, whatever you want to call it. That's not good for Tam, by the way.
Poor Tam. Oh man, yeah. You can see in this case, so we guys had a demonstration of, just you're off your timing by just a little, and then, well, you know what? Tam gets to redo the back of Skull Woods basically all over again.
Right, and unfortunately, what makes it worse too is that Tam has to waste the time in that room to get the extra magic because at this point you don't have any magic to.
That was a really nice. Yeah, that was a really nice big magic drop there on Tam from the mummy.
Very much so. Got the big magic drop to be able to get through. So as Relkin's about to go in, I can hopefully try to explain this without something traumatic happening. What's interesting, Relkin is on...
Yeah.
Relkin's on one-hit KO. Well, no, the spikes do 1 heart. Never mind. But everything else does too. So the problem with the spikes is that if you bump... Oh, that was a good fight. That was clutch. The moth fight, if you bump into the spikes, she doesn't get hit. She doesn't take damage. It's very weird. So it's one of those things that usually the strategy is you want to double poke at the beginning and then being able to do some quick slashes, and that'll be that. So, but that's that as we're finishing up here. Kaznode making his way. Oh, got himself the quick
fish. Nice.
Got himself quick fish.
Yes, of course, contrary to what you may see on the screen, even though it is a circle of rocks that you are intended to throw that stone in, the game does, accept some marginal extremities. And of course, not, it's a hitbox, not hit circle. So, of course, Kaznode took advantage of this and saved himself a little bit of extra time.
Very much so. And now here, arguably one of the more difficult areas to try to do well is Zora's domain here, because you have to try to trying to be optimal within the light blue, trying not to fall in the dark blue, trying not to get hit. And there's definitely just more to this that's just kind of hard to explain. It's one of those things that a lot of runners just don't worry about until later. Where up, giving the double thumbs, doing fire rod strats, manages to get a nice kill there. As it looks like everyone got past Moth, at least everyone on the restreams, everyone got past Moth with no kills, so that's good, or no deaths, excuse me. So that's good. So screen transition in the bottom left. Now we have, I'm assuming you say it's ALttP as opposed to ALttP1, but I'm going to assume that. So now ALttP he's now making his way in through Thieves Town as Kaz is getting past all the little baby Zoras, takes the portal, and now he's going to get himself an Ice Palace. So with Ice Palace, it's really important that you have, ideally, you really want to have full health coming in here, if for nothing else, for this next room. As you see there, gets the quick kill with the fire rod, and it has to do with this. That was smart by Kaz. I'll get to that in a second, because you want to be able to beam those jellies on the off chance that they may shock, which tends to happen. And also what Kaz did there, he didn't beam that last jelly, rather fire rod him, which is smart, because that delay of the kill allowed him to get downstairs before the animation, because then what could happen is that and this is like one of those rare things, that if the door on the right opened by the same time he went downstairs, the game essentially soft locks. Another difficult room here, the Bomble floor. And another reason you want to have beams at this point as well, as Kaznode's making his way down, is for this next conveyor room.
Okay, the bomb was placed actually pretty high, but good to see that at least most apples was able to be destroyed by that. Oh no. Oh,
Kaz got the good dash, but unfortunately the key was a little high, so he had to double back to get it. And now we're going to see ourselves the last big bomb jump. All too easy. Kaz, though, having a little bit of trouble with that hammer dash, but still manages to squeeze through. Oh, Malmo, yeah. I didn't realize that, Malmo. Okay, yeah, so I guess you can mirror to reset all that as well. So, okay, TIL. Kaznode, Penguin lineup room. Oh, look at that. That was slick. Very slick.
Oh, you see here, Relkin, unfortunately, it looks like he got hit early on, trying to, I guess, didn't quite get looks like maybe like a crap opinion, but unfortunately this is actually going to be a slight bit of contrast. He is not going to be able to enter Ice Palace with full health and not going to be able to have sword beams. So he is actually going to have to take at least the second room here a little bit differently.
Right, so we'll see here. And so that's the risk, as you just saw there with Relkin, is that you try to do a dash, but unfortunately the jellies had had other plans. Kaz now about to come into one of the scarier fights. Good old cold stare. So first off, in order to do this, you need to have a full magic and make sure all of your fire rod shots hit. Making it look easy though.
Oh,
Make it look easy.
No, yeah.
Very slick.
I was gonna say, just another example of when things go right, things look superb, right? So smooth, it's like, oh, of course, just, poke him a few times, slash him a few times, and he's dead. Just switch over the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Kaz there, so you have to make sure, but like the walking into it though is just so difficult because you need to make sure you have full magic, and ideally you want to have as many hearts as possible because the ice blocks do 2, Cold Stare does 4, and the problem with that, especially for a lot of newer runners who don't realize this, or even older runners who are aware of this, is the fact that if you die to Cold Stare, it kind of, for the most part, kills your run, and the reason for that is you'd have to go find magic again. You have to go do all these other things. And unfortunately, Tam could not get the bomb jump the first try. And what you would have to do is pretty much, you would have to go, or at least what I would used to do is I would go literally into another dungeon. I'd go to Swamp and then double back and finish Ice. So you'd still end up doing Ice twice.
Yeah, and not to mention, it's not like Ice Palace is a super fast dungeon as well, so of course there's always going to be the penalty of redoing a dungeon, but as you mentioned, part of the additional penalty of Ice Palace is that, yes, you must, in this case, go find magic from somewhere, and more often than not, the runs that, I guess, like the backup method is actually just to go to Swamp, because after you beat a boss, you get a free magic refill.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. And at least it kind of helps you progress a little bit. We were trying to make a transition to Octini, but I do not see a stream. So we'll see if that can get fixed. Meanwhile, iPoppy did manage to get through. Oh, that's not good. So unfortunately, Tam got caught up a little bit the wrong way. So the problem became that they pushed the block the wrong way, therefore has to come back down and take this long walk of shame. Relkin, unfortunately, also didn't get the quick kill, but is managing Cold Stare pretty well. As you can see there, that's where, as Clear Mouse mentioned earlier, where the fight, if it goes wrong, it can go wrong in that not only is it, longer to fight just because of everything going on, but also has to deal with that severe lag. But Relkin survives, manages to get through. Tam manages to get back around. We'll see how they handle the Cold Stare fight. As now in the bottom right, we now have Korik, who's... Oh, I know what Korik's doing. So, let's see here. First with Tam with the Cold Stare fight. Oh, missed the first poke, and now it's Chaos.
Yeah, we're actually seeing some pretty good contrast, right? When we had Castnote on stream, you can basically see, Cold Stare's power really doesn't, I guess, shine or freeze until they basically try and separate, right? Castnote's doing a very good job. He's keeping the corner, but, once they separate, it's 3 against 1, as opposed to basically, 3-ish in a clump, right, against you in a corner.
Correct. And by looking at the splits, and given what has happened here, it appears that Korik unfortunately did do what we were talking about, and that Korik has died to Cold Stare because of the no magic, and went to go get Ice Rod. And it looks like Korik, he is making his way to Swamp Palace, so we'll get to kind of see what we're talking about here, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, but also looks like, though, after Ice Palace, Korik ended up doing his errands. We actually just ended up seeing him go all the way up to the mountain and picking up Ether, and also going over to Ice Rod Cave, of course, picking up his Ice Rod. These, of course, are items that are not going to actually be used here in Swamp Palace. It is somewhat up to, players' discretion for when you decide to end up getting them, so long as you get them, in this case, before when we actually need them, which is, of course, entry into Misery Mire, and when we eventually decide to go to Turtle Rock and kill Trinex, kind of. I guess it depends on what you're comfortable with. Each route, kind of has its own pros and cons, right?
Right, of course. Now, Korik, first one into Swamp, not by choice. Tam, by the way, even though after getting the Cold Stare kill, goes and gets Ether. That's what a lot of runners will do, is they'll go get Ether now as opposed to getting Ether right before Mire, just because there's some risk to that, because you do want to have full health going into Mire.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, in addition to that, so one of the benefits, of this particular route is that, as you said, Death Mountain is a pretty, terrible place, as we've seen, when runners first came up here to Hera. Dead rocks boulders, they take off 1 heart of damage apiece, and of course, with Master Sword and beyond, we need full health in order to activate our sword beams. If we end up taking a couple hits, in this case, Tam didn't end up taking any damage. We don't have full health going into Swamp, which is of course the vanilla second crystal dungeon, so still pretty early on in Dark World. It's probably not going to be the end of the world, right? You don't really need sword beams, and you probably have enough health at this point to kind of sustain whatever minor damage that might nick you.
Right, and it should be noted that for ALttP in the bottom left, this seemed like forever ago, but unfortunately had to reset the mummy room because unfortunately it didn't have the statue far enough over on the switch, and instead of trying to move it back, just to move it over to the left and push it back, or pull it back, went ahead, reset the room, just did it again. So, good quick thinking there, but unfortunately, again, is a bit of a time suck. As we're now moving into Swamp, I swear, where Korik is actually brings up something that I always, I think is just a bit of a troll on the game, or by the developers, is that you notice how there's that red jelly there, and you have to,
that guy.
and you have to hit the red switch in order to get into, for one of the rooms later on. I swear, I really think that red jelly's only there just to troll you into thinking that you hit the red switch.
That there's also red jelly, or is it maybe a blue jelly in Ice Palace as well? Like when you have to do the Bomble Floor one. I swear, is it just intentional from these developers? Because you think that you needed to hit the switch, and then I don't know, all these camouflage colors come into play.
I guess, I'm not sure. Though it should be noted that Korik, though, is in a bit of trouble with 3 hearts. So you just have to be kind of careful with how...
Oh, he almost got sniped there, too, by...
Almost got. Hammer dash, fairness.
Yeah. And of course, also, this is something that is also exclusive to the Japanese Room Pro version. We do get a lot of benefits that we're able to, execute in terms of glitches, minor glitches, right, such as Fake Flipper, of course, most notably, spin speed. We also, unfortunately, get some adverse side effects in that the game does not recognize, when you're, the difference between when you're kind of on, the floor and when you're trying to fall into the floor below, right? It just kind of assumes that you're on the same level always. And so in this case, even though Korik was trying to fall down into the lower area, if that fireball hit him, the game thinks that it's on the same level, so he would have taken another heart damage.
Yes, is 1.0'd, as we like to call that. Korik now got himself a hook shot. Hook shots are very, very nice. Now a little subtle thing here with Korik is that he actually did what we call a hook dash, where you just press the Y and A buttons at the same time. The reason for that is it allows you to actually pick up the pot even though that the statue is in the way. All right. Okay, so now what we got here? ALttP making his way through Skull Woods in the back here, still doing pretty well. As Relkin is draining the water, Tam is about to get the big key, and I didn't mention it earlier, but one of the reasons you had to hit that switch, this is the reason, as Tam's about to show, is that if you didn't hit the switch after the second water lever, you can't get the big key. You get blocked right here.
Yeah, right here. That's right. Yeah. I also wanted to just add on to what you mentioned about the hook dash. So we do also see, a lot of the movements are very precise, very subtle, very intention, right? Hook dashes, I think, is just kind of one of those things also where, unless you have someone, showing you, controller input, or you just know about it, I think it's actually something you can have to, in this case, look up and understand.
Right.
It's you can't really tell that they're doing that, right? Just if you're just watching the gameplay.
That is correct. Unfortunately, ALttP died, but had a fairy as a backup, so smart play on his part. Korik, unfortunately, pacing himself to got to take it a little bit slow here, which is not a bad idea, and gets himself through without any deaths. Now we've had a transition again in the top left. Eri has returned and already in Mire, as we see here at the nice, going for the fast Mire 2. Now, it's really important that you have the fire rod and the beams, otherwise you can't one-cycle those whiz ropes, which is really what makes it a faster Mire 2. I don't know if that was the technical fast, quote-unquote, Mire 2, but either way, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I think there are like multiple versions now of Fast Mire too. I mean, they all involve sword beam, but there's like the fast version, there's like the fastest version or something like that. I'm actually also not familiar with like all of the different subtleties.
I don't know because I'm incompetent with that. I just do it the old way. So, oh, and we made transition in the top right. Once again, we have a DoomTap coming in here as he is about to go into this. So he's going to light up the torches, come around. And so you want to position yourself here. Now you have to wait because the other room is what's getting the has to move as the for some reason we got a replay of that.
Yeah, so of course every single one of these really nice, quote-unquote nice cutscenes, 17 seconds, just like the one we saw in Pod. We were waiting basically for entry into the basement. We're also going to be waiting for the entry, just in this case, for this one particular pit so we can fall in this case, get the vanilla, get the big key. One thing also, of course, to note is that, I think the runners have also demonstrated that you can actually do things through blocks if they are moving. Right, so I believe the developer intended way is, in this case, you should push all the blocks and then, then use the lamp or the fire rod, right? But of course, we see basically demonstrated on DoomTap. And Aries' side is that if you push the block and then use the fire rod, the game will basically just let it break.
Correct. And as you see here, as we mentioned earlier, because Korik died at Ice Palace, went to Swamp, now had his full magic, double back, now is going through Ice Palace again to get rid of Cold Stare. DoomTap getting everyone's favorite, a favorite amongst the game-breaking community. Everyone loves the Canis Mario because apparently that for whatever reason is what turns the game into 4D chess. That's something that's beyond my comprehension. But
it is arguably one of the best and most broken items of the game. For sure.
Absolutely. So now DoomTap, we didn't see it before, but now there's something really important here. Is that DoomTap is now going to see if he has the spooky action glitch. And so what will happen, first things first, is that you'll have to place a block, but you notice he did that little dust cloud that came up before he placed the block. You have to dash, then place the block, and then there was some stuff you have to do before that too, even before coming in. If everything worked right, when he hits that block, you saw that was the hitting the switch that's way up top. And then also, as you'll see here, there's a switch in the other room, like up top there, you have to bomb through it, but you can instead hit this anti-fairy, that'll work there. This is probably the best way to show it, is that you hit a torch, and then that switch up top is the one that gets hit. So that's a really nice, really big time save, and it actually, in order to set that up, it actually starts as you're coming into the Mire overworld. Now, DoomTap coming up to everyone's favorite. Everyone loves Vitreous. Doing the dance here, not really a script per se, but definitely a pattern that you can do where you take damage in the slime instead of damage from Vitreous, because Vitreous, they all do 4 hearts, whereas taking slime is only 1 heart of damage, and so that's why you manipulate those iframes in order to get that nice kill, as shown by DoomTap and Airy slowly coming up behind there. I don't think I mentioned this, we did have a screen transition. Bottom left is now FSG, and bottom right is Body again, as now we're all in Mire.
Yeah, and so I think we actually saw on iPoppy's side, so one of the things that you don't often see, especially high-level runners get, are in this case safety, right? We saw them, have a bottle with a bug net, being revived with fairy, and these things also certainly can save you, save your runs, right? Because dying, as we've seen, multiple minutes lost, as opposed to maybe catching a safety or having a safety and kind of being able to continue your run at your point, that's certainly going to be a time save overall, right? One of the safeties that we end up having in Ice Palace that many people don't pick up is actually the blue mail, and that's actually why I think a lot of the enemies post Ice Palace especially do so much more damage, right? Because the game's kind of intending you in order to have basically some more armor or protection.
Right, because if one thing that we may not have mentioned earlier, as DoomTap is going to do what was done earlier, he's actually going to go get Ice Rod now and then make his way to Turtle Rock, is that so the reason for that is, if anyone has noticed, when you were going through Ice Palace, we don't get the big key at all. And so, therefore, we can't actually get the big chest, which is the blue mail. However, for especially a lot of us more novice players, if we're not comfortable yet, you can actually go through Ganon's Tower and get the red mail, skipping blue mail entirely. And so now we have DoomTap making his way over, get himself through all the dead rocks, all the cabbages.
Yeah, and actually, and another, you did mention, people doing kind of spooky action, in the basement in order to save themselves a little bit of time. One, I would say, more subtle thing that, people may or may not realize, especially when you're first kind of like running this game, is just, we did mention, a lot of resource management, right? Bombs, arrows. In this case, Spidey has a little fewer arrows than probably he would like coming out of Mire. But, another thing also is actually just how much magic you have, right? We actually saw that when DoomTap went through, right, he had just enough magic to basically hit 3 things that he needed in order to execute spooky action, right? But unfortunately, I think on the FSG side, when we came back to him, he didn't end up having enough magic to hit the last torch, so he actually had to kind of spend the extra time in order to go up and hit that switch, like with the pot normally. So. Right,
I missed Airy, but I saw that DoomTap managed to get the quote-unquote, as Vortex calls it, the free quick warp, which
it's the Airy free quick warp. I understand. Don't worry.
I'm not about whatever. Anyway, moving on then. So now Airy is going to go ahead, light the torches, quickly move to the hook shot, so you don't have to worry about having to go around all the platforms, and then going to the roller room here, where you can iframe the first one, get the small key. Now, there's many different ways to get out of here. Usually the fastest is what Airy just did there, was you take a little bit of damage, and then you just fly on through. As DoomTap looks like about to follow suit. Oh, unfortunately couldn't get the hook shot, so I had to wait a little bit longer there. But that's okay.
Oh, dude, that Stalfos, though, was playing Gatekeeper with Airy.
Pretty much, which is kind of a surprise there. Oh, no drop yet. So now, have I told you how much I hated chomps?
You know what? I don't actually know what your feelings are towards chomps. Buddha, do you want to enlighten us?
I hate these things.
Oh,
I hate these things so much. They have no reason.
Have you mentioned that before?
They have
I don't remember you ever said that.
They have no reason to be in this game. I hate them with a passion.
Airy, it looks like he got through them, relatively fine. Of course, there's also going to be another one of those demonstrations where when things go right, things go quite well. It looks like DoomTap is also battling out with his own chomps. Right, you were saying something about how you love chomps, right? That's what I remember from what you just said like 30 seconds ago.
There's the reason. DoomTap shows you the reason.
Mm-hmm.
So now,
yeah. Among other things.
Very nice by Airy, though, fortunately getting the bottom left pattern for the pokey, and then managing to get the quick key dash and all that jazz. So that was very nice by him. But of course, that does depend on some RNG there as the pokey can show up in one of 4 locations, whereas DoomTap here gets the top left pattern, which is also not bad either. He gets the fairy, the magic, and the key, so
yeah,
he's good to
drops, go. Yeah, I was going to say, the drops are actually going to be really nice. Airy's going to hopefully get a fairy here, and he's going to be able to pick it up, and you know what? Nope. Okay, you know what? Because of that bug, looks like Airy decided that he was going to be close enough after the ricochet. But actually, yeah, so, having full health here means that, of course, we get Sword Beams back, and we're going to be able to execute this room, at least, of course, optimally, about half a second faster if we didn't end up having beams. Airy probably actually cares more about the full health, actually.
Right, because you see with Airy here with the crystal switch room, it allows for much quicker movement as opposed to having to place down a ton of red blocks. So in order to get through all that, so that was another reason. If probably, in all honesty, if he got the dash, he wouldn't have been an issue. But since he missed it, he was right there to get all the freebies, so that's definitely not a bad thing. As you see with DoomTap, same thing. You iframe with the one switch, then you hit it again, and if you're quick enough, you manage to get through it. And now, Airy making his way to everyone's favorite laser skip. So you go down here, and if you're just off...
he even got the fast beetle, too.
Got the fast laser skip and everything. Very, very slick. And gets himself a key dash. So yeah, what's interesting about the lasers, what a lot of people don't realize, is that even though that laser looks enormous, it's only the tip that actually does the damage. Nothing else does. So you can just walk through the back end of it. and be okay.
Yeah, FSG here, making his way through Turtle Rock, does have to be a little bit careful. He is only on 3 hearts, and while we do not get any heartbeats of encouragement at this level, again, Turtle Rock is a very, very dangerous place. Pokies do 4 hearts of damage. This fighter, shooter dude, can really mess you up. Trying to get the fairy and end up taking a heart of damage, but also, you can see that in this case, even though he did get the fairy refill, he's not going to be able to have sword beams for the next turn. He's going to have to do things, in a backup manner.
Right, and we'll see that real quick. As you see there, FSG having to drop a couple blocks, and then can he get past? Oh, it just barely got past the roller.
Just barely made it, yeah. Rollers do 3 hearts of damage on green mail, so it's really not pleasant. You want to be able to at least, keep some health here for Trinex. Airy, of course, and Doomtap making, these fights look super easy because, of course, if you just do things the right way and don't get hit, things go well.
And there we go. And so, yep, Doomtap now officially has defeated Trinex as Airy is now going through the cutscenes. Oh, one thing to mention earlier, it's kind of it's one of those nuanced things we talk about, you see with Airy's button layout there, is that you mash through text. That's fine, but you want to try to mash through it as fast as possible. But then you also want to make sure that when you get to the last one, you try to cancel it with L and R just to avoid any extra inputs. In certain instances, it's one of those little things, but can be a big deal. Meanwhile, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's just another one of those things where I don't think people end up realizing that until you kind of try and start. It's just I gotta mash text, no problem. Let me just mash buttons, right? Does it actually matter? It's actually, yeah. In this case, you can actually save time even when you're mashing text.
And so now the phrase that will get me kicked out from the ALttP community. Please put in your guesses now for where you think the GT Big Key might be located. The closest winner gets a prize. And yeah, that'll be that. As Airy now making his way into GT, as Doomtap showed earlier, one of the first things you need to do is make sure you hit that hook speed, which is again the item speed or spin speed, whatever you want to call it. You want to make sure you get that speed coming out of Trinex or out of Turtle Rock there, just so you can get nice fast dash out. Airy's going to be skipping the torch key because it is faster to get the one up at the very top of GT there, and so pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, so this is also going to be another one of those runner's discretion, type of things. You basically do what you're comfortable with until you end up probably trying, in order to get the fastest one. So there are 3 GT small keys that we need to only pick up one of them. Though we just see the one on the torch, that one's going to be certainly the most consistent. Looks like actually Doomtap's going to skip it out as well. It's going to be it's certainly the easiest one to get, but of course it's also taking the slowest or the longest amount of time, not by too much, but of course, every frame and second counts, right? The other 2, of course, is up top going to be, in this case, the mini Helma one, and also the one right before Moldo 2.
Right, and one of the things also that we kind of not overlooked, but just failed to mention at the time is when you're in Turtle Rock, you do need to be kind of mindful of your arrow count, because there is a pot where you can grab 5 arrows, and you want to make sure either you get that or you may be able to skip it depending on how many arrows you come in here, because you're going to have to fight through Armos again. So you do need another 18 at the very least.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's depending on how well this fight goes, you may or may not need some more arrows.
And so we've just had a bit of a switch. The bottom left earlier was Kaznode, and on the bottom right is now Scoople. And so Airy, now if you don't have enough arrows, you can in fact get the arrow. There's a chest on the bottom right there where those arrows are. And so now, of course, it's an Armos fight again. It's not as pleasant because it's on ice, but it gets through it easily, so that'll set them up for later. For the fire bats, hopefully we'll remember. There's the GT Big Key. And
we found it. It's in its vanilla location. Buddha.
Who would have thought? And now... So, as you see with Doomtap here, he's taking a different route. As you see there...
Wow, dude, that was ridiculously smooth.
That's the fast way to do it, is that, yes, you go ahead and you get that chest, and then being able to go all the way down. Yes, he did the much faster version. Instead of waiting for the anti-fairy to go around, and went ahead and just easily went through it. Airy now making his way upstairs, making mimics look easy.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, just with what Doomtap ended up doing in order to get those extra arrows. So one thing that, as we actually would really like this climb, is actually a full magic bar. You know, again, resource management is actually quite tight here in terms of the run itself. If Doomtap ended up getting hit from the anti-fear, he would have lost some magic, and then he probably would not have basically had enough in order to do everything that he wants to. Because again, it's just, you know, like you said that earlier, we can basically wait for the anti-fairy, but that costs precious amount of time, right? And so, you know, we want to be able to go fast, and what Doomtap, of course, did was a much higher risk, but he certainly got rewarded for it.
Right. It's just one of those things that it is difficult to be mindful of. You can take that risk, but as you just said, if you get hit by anti-fairy, you're going to lose health, or you lose both health and magic, and it makes this very top part really, really difficult.
The area is, yeah, just kind of just, you know, coasting through this gauntlet. It is, again, PSA, you know, gauntlet is very difficult. You know, RNG certainly does play, you know, a pretty good factor of it. You know, this gauntlet certainly can be one of those places where it certainly can be make or break many a runner's run.
Right, and so Eri getting the nice one cycle there on Landmo 2. Now, the reason you need to be mindful of the magic management is really right here, because you are going to use Samario blocks for both the that first room and then for this second room here. But you also need to make sure you have enough magic to be able to light the torches, and so that's always a particularly difficult thing, because if you don't have enough magic here, you're kind of stuck here. There is at the bottom there, at the bottom skull, there is a small magic, but that's really it. So you have to be mindful of this, as you can see. And also there's one right where Ari's picked one up, so there's two. But still, that's my...
Well, it's extra time, right? That, you know, you have to basically kind of go out of your way in order to do these things.
Correct. And so then Eri picks up the full magic, goes through, get through torches 2 here.
And he gets the third torch, and you know, so like being able to light the torch before the spark hits in the upper right-hand corner is not necessarily that easy. So I'm glad to see that Eri can do this.
And so now, because he skipped the torch key, he has to get this key here. But as you can see, that is the ideal way to do it. And you get himself a magic pot. Had a little bit of trouble there, got hung up on the blocks. But now we're going into Moldorm 2. Now, for most runner... Okay, Eri's going to show. So when you're at 123 level, this almost becomes mandatory in that you have to skip the Moldorm fight, and you just go ahead and you hover. And you hover across it. It's almost mandatory as now...
Almost mandatory, yes. You know what? We're going to certainly hope that Eri, in this case, gets us 123. How's that?
Yeah, so... Okay, now he's going to head into Aga 2. And Aga 2, well, of course, what's different about Aga 2 is instead of 1 Aga, there are now 3. However, the good news is that the 2 fake ones always shoot the real balls. It looks like he just got a triple there. And only the...
Yeah. So, of course, yeah, RNG is also going to play a pretty big part in this fight. But, man, Eri, you know, very nice recovery on that third cycle. It's going to be able to move on to the end. This is also, again, you know, another one of those, like, things that are not seeded. You are going to have different patterns, you know, I guess unless you're like, super, super coincidental between 2 runs. But I guess from a speedrunning perspective, it is slightly more consistent in that, you know, runners can tend to get, you know, 2 to 3 cycles. It's not going to be like, you know, so far out as long as you practice this fight, as opposed to like Aga 1, where, you know, blue balls are basically, you just have to kind of sift through everything and hope that you get some pretty good fortune.
Right, and as you saw earlier, some of that, like the time difference there, is that Doomtap actually didn't hover, he waited for... Oh, the 2 cycle by Doomtap, very nice. So he had to actually wait for Moldorm to be killed before he could hookshot over. Now, so let's switch to Eri here, as everyone else is kind of getting through GT at the moment. So with Eri, as you notice here, one of the reasons that we kill Armos the way that we do is that we get to have set patterns with the fire bats, which is what you want. It makes, you know, makes the fight go a little bit quicker, a little more smoother, as opposed to random bats as we first thought a long time ago. Now, unfortunately, Eri's, well, all right. So far, the warps have been pretty.
Another one of those things where you're not going to be able to control.
Right, looks like it just had 1 warp, honestly. 1 extra warp. And so Eri gets himself a torch glitch.
Yeah,
So,
always, of course, a bit riskier with the fire rod because, unlike the lamp, you can't just spam it. We would like to be able to keep some magic, but, of course, in order to get a competitive time, Torch Glitch is almost essential. It is essential because it lets you basically get these triples, or give you enough time to basically land 3 triple spins before you have to relight the torch.
right, and so the problem, though, and this is the interesting thing. Now, vanilla game, you would have silvers. So, of course, we actually don't get the silvers here, obviously, and so what we have is you have to spin at the right time in order to count it as a hit, like right before he teleports. You may have noticed earlier that Eri, as he finishes off Ganon, Eri missed that once, and what happened was actually went blue, and so when he's blue, you can't do anything. You can't hit him unless we had arrows. And then transition now, bottom right is now Chex Human, as Eri is just finishing up, and the timer is set for him. He has finished at a 1:24:17. GG's to Eri. Casual 1:24.
Yeah.
Casual 1:24.
Eri's pretty good at this game, so. But certainly get your G's out, in chat for Eri. Actually, do we have official finishes? Looks like Eri, though, ended up finishing first place, actually, in this entire race with our 1:24:17. Yeah.
Yep, he was
Congratulations.
he was the overall, and then Doom Tap right behind him. So GG's for Doom Tap, as well as for Kaz.
Yeah, it looks like Cass is actually just going through the motions of Phase 4 Ganon. Doom Tap finishes second place with 1 hour 24. It says 58. 58.
Yeah, 58 according to the race time. He has 57.69. Nice. So yeah, and then we have some other times here. So as Kaz, it looks like both Kaz and Chex are finishing up here. We have. All right, so Kaz is about to finish, and spoilers, we already know the times. It's not listed here, but Dow has finished. Got a 1:25:58.
Yeah, and Kaz is just about to cross the finish line here, get his own 1:25:39. But it's also just a testament to how good these runners are in general, right? Of course, Eri and Duplat finishing, first and second. They are 1:23 runners, so certainly very talented in their own rights. But you see them, basically being a pull-out. 1:24. You said casual 1:24. Shows that they're very consistent, at what they do as well.
Speaking of casual 1:24, Eri's here. Eri, congratulations.
Hi, Eri. Congratulations, GG's.
Nice run. Thank you.
So, I guess overall, how did you feel so far about that?
It was okay. It was just pretty average run overall. Like, not to downplay how well I did. Like, it was I can't scoff at a 1:24. But it didn't feel good for most of it. Like, most of the time I thought I was playing well and still bleeding time. I of course had a couple of incidents. Like failing Skull's bomb jump, just losing time in dump ways. But late game, I definitely picked it up, and it started feeling a lot better then.
Right, and admittedly, of course, yeah, the late game for a lot of streamers, that's the most difficult thing, is really just being able to have a strong end game. As real quickly here, we have Blunt finishing 1:26:55, and Chex with the 1:26:48. Body finished with the 1:26:45. And so, well, yeah, so how do you feel, man? I don't know if this has been this must be the largest race we've had in quite a long time. We had 45 entrants, so congratulations on being first overall. We don't have a prize for you, though. But, so now that you have dominated today on the biggest day, what is there for you for the rest of it?
Good question. I don't know. I'm just gonna try to run as much as possible the coming few months. Maybe eke out a PB before the end of the year, and just gonna keep playing the game. It's fun. I'm having fun. Yeah.
Any particular thoughts about the 1:22 benchmark?
Yeah. See, I took a break for a few months in August and September because I had a tournament of a different hobby going on, and that took up a lot of my time and focus. And I think if I actually put a bit more time into Link to the Past during those 2 months, I might actually have a chance. Right now, I'm still a little bit rusty in a couple of places, not super consistent. So I don't think the 1:22 is going to happen, but you never know. It's Link to the Past. Sometimes you just feel like you're not on your A game and still pull out a PB. So hey, sometimes it's just one of those days. We'll see.
Very true. And so thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any last second words?
Well, thanks to ZSR for organizing the restream. It's been a lot of fun watching all the different runners going through the game. ALttP is just an amazing game with an amazing community, and I'm glad to be a huge part of it. And thanks to the two of you for entertaining all of us in chat. It was fun listening to it on the side. So thank you so much.
Entertainment is putting that mildly, but you heard it here first. Though Ari still enjoys the game. That's breaking news. So we'll go ahead. We'll get him out of here. Hopefully someone will do that. Meanwhile, I have some times to read. So I said earlier, Bitey 126.45, Checks Human 126.51, Blunt 126.55, FSG 126.56, Scoople 126.57. My God. Gem with a 127.18, Greenham 127.07, Yoho 128 flat, Trinex 128.11, Thalane 128.27, Relkin 129.07, and Tam 129.16. I am now up to date. My God. So this go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so like we certainly see, in this race, a lot of, familiar faces within the NMG community, being able to basically either, continue to run this game or kind of coming back, maybe after, somewhat of a break. I think we're also, kind of seeing some more newcomers, so Link to the Past has been, of course, the 30th anniversary has been around for quite some time. I would certainly say that with the introduction of the randomized, which of course is not 30 years old, but somewhat more recent, the last like 5 years or so, that a lot of people ended up picking up the randomizer and decided to kind of come over from that scene. We're kind of just seeing like more and more of that as well. So really cool to be able to also see like newer faces, newer names, not, but within the NMG community, basically come in from other communities as well.
Yeah, it is always nice. All right, there we go. It is always nice that you can actually have people come from Rando into the vanilla game, because honestly I think that's how a lot of people got their start. And like what you're saying too, it's always funny about how we had this fun banter between the quote unquote the vanilla community versus the Rando community, but all in all it's all good fun, and it was fantastic with everything that's happened here. And like what you're saying, there's a lot of names on here that I'm not familiar with, but as I've seen in chat and as other people have told me that, a lot of these are from the Rando community, and they have really, really good times here. And so just to kind of catch up people, we have Rob J. Beasley, 129.39, Gland, 129.41, Skipsy, 130.25, Chalmers, 130.58, McMonkey, 131.06, and Swoosh, 131.42.
I would also just like to point out very briefly that congratulations to Relkin. Actually, you mentioned his name earlier. It was 129.07. So Relkin certainly is very avid Rando runner. His previous PB was actually 130. So the fact that he actually got his PB here, sub 130, is really cool to see.
Oh, okay. Well, GG's, extra GG's for Relkin. GG's in chat. Okay, hold on.
We're trying to get another person that agreed to come in for an interview.
I need to make sure to not have the button for the quick talk to not be something where I keep seeing it being typed in the chat box. Speaking of people, look who is here. It's Checks Humane. Checks Humane, GG's with your casual 126. How are you feeling?
GG's, Checks.
Hey, excuse me. Good, thank you. GG's.
So, how do you, I mean, I always like to ask the generic question, how do you feel that went?
Pretty interesting. With my new PB, I'm now a minute behind coming out of Light World with bad blue ball RNG and a mediocre Light World. But my first 5 splits in the Dark World were pretty good and saved time in all of them. So I can save 20 seconds there. And then I just had a bit of a disaster in Mire and a bit of mess a little later in G-Tower. So all that adding up to 126 is, that's fine.
Very much so. Clearmouse, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So, did you end up doing a run after your PB of 125.22 checks?
I'm sorry.
Did you end up doing another run after your 125.22 PB, or is this the run?
No, this
afterwards?
is that run.
Well, okay, so everyone knows, of course, that the run immediately after the one that you PB on is like absolute trash. So if this is going to be your garbage run, checks, I look forward to you getting closer and closer to that 124.
That's true, and it happened with any percent restricted major glitches, where the PB was 26 and then the follow-up run was 39.
Oh wow!
So it just didn't apply so much in this run. Yep.
Okay, excellent. And so before checks, we let you go, I need to ask the usual question that I usually ask in your stream all the time. Where is it?
The cat has left the room.
Okay, very good. And so that will do it for checks. Checks, do you have anything you wish to promote before we continue on here?
We've got No Logic coming up next.
No logic for all you people who likes to see the game in a very warped state, but that'll be fun. All right, so checks, get him out of here. He was a pleasure to talk to. Get him out.
Nice commentary, you all.
Thank you. Get out. Get him out of here. I'll yell at him later. So we have some updates here. Run through some of the times. I don't know where I last left off, and I know that there's a big announcement for Twin there. So Glan 129.41, Skipsy 130.25, Chalmers already said all those. Swunch 131.42, Scholzer 132.42, Korik 132.57. Whatever 132.58. Twin Mommy 23 133.01. And of course, as I've been seeing in chat here, huge, and I mean huge PB for Twin Mommy. So congratulations to Twin for that. Mike Canis 133.333.333. Sabin 134.38. Windfox 470 135.16. Blue Scent Show 136.09. In addition to that, we've had a ton of raids just popped up, and by ton I think I only mean 2. I believe I saw.
This is the quality of the raids, not the quantity.
No, it's fine. Beasley, thank you for the raid, as well as one Doomtap. Thank you as well for the raid too. And so we still have some people that are still going through it, going to be finishing up here, which is good. And so yeah, okay. So apparently the No Logic Rando will be starting up shortly, as it seems that all of the streams are starting to calm down.
It's actually been quite the contrast, just because we see here no major glitches for Link to the Past, right? We know where all of the locations are. We have a very, very strict rule set, right? Only a very curated set of minor glitches are allowed, like Fake Flipper. In this case, they're not really glitches, but heavily utilizes like Bomb Jump, right? But most notably, of course, especially compared to like the randomizer community, we don't allow stuff like Diver Down. Of course, Icebreaker, is completely out of the question. And so, and of course, in no major glitches, it is one continuous game file. There's no saving quitting in order to try and get to overworld locations faster. As opposed to, we're going basically all the way to randomizer. We don't know where anything is, and there is no logic at all for where, in this case, the items are going to be placed. It could actually be placed where the game is actually technically unbeatable. Or, or it's like a Hookshot is in Hookshot Cave, right? And it's not going to be like the blockable chest that you can get to. But you know what? Especially, no logic runners are very skilled in how they end up breaking the game. Without, of course, hard locking or soft locking. And so we're going to basically like a really, great contrast for basically what this game basically allows you to do, right?
Very much so. And I guess to ZSR, how much time do we have before you want to make that transition? I feel like this is a question that should have been asked probably behind the scenes, but I don't
hear now, so
I don't
find out.
Yeah, so I don't care. A couple things here. Let's go ahead real quickly and update some. My call, my goodness, that's a horrible thing to tell me. So Blue Sencho 136.09, Tampa 137.07, Urok 137.25, Alice HK8 138.05, Green Mixtape 138.17, Desert Eagle 417 138.35. Okay, and so about 10 minutes All right then. Well, I guess we have 4 more people. I have no idea where they are in the game here, but hopefully they will be finishing up soon. And I would like to, at least get their names out and get their times in before we get out of here. So I guess I'm just stalling now, if you will, unless someone wants to cut me off at any point. But this was actually a really, really interesting race. Like I said before, we had 45 people, and all walks of life coming in here, which is excellent. So I'm glad to see that the number of people here really, really participated, and hopefully this continues for the future. But do you have anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just gonna echo, like, a lot of things that you just ended up saying. So, like, we are seeing kind of, more times kind of finish off in, so we started out kind of with the area 2 tab finishing off with of course, active time, right, of like 124, not even like just like it's like a normal race, right? And we're kind of seeing some more times trickle in 125, 126s down to, in this case, 130s, 134, and 138s, 140s. I mean, but like the fact that I want to be able to just emphasize again that these times are actually very, very impressive, right? And it actually shows just how supportive and basically dedicated to, a lot of these people are, right? And kind of also just show that how much the community has grown over the last, so let's say 5 years, right? It used to be that, getting, even like a sub 90 run is, oh man, like, like next to impossible type of thing, right? And you can see basically, how much the community has grown, just how much, time people are willing to put in and get better at this game. And so we're actually seeing even just like a lot, the community members, right, making their progress, going from like, 150 to like 140, right? Basically, and also even seeing like 2 PBs, right, in this race, like, and they're all like a minute, PBs, which is, really, really impressive to see. So certainly a very supportive community as well. There might be links to Discord somewhere if we have that.
I would have to look for it, but yes, definitely it's one of those things that this is it's actually a very helpful community. By the way, the world record holders in chat. Thank you. There it is. So yeah, help us.
Thanks, Rob.
Yep, Rob, given a help to help us over there. No pun intended, that you can go check out that community. Big help. They're always really, really helpful. Anyone's willing to help you as it is. But at this point, though, I think this is going to be it. So they can get ready for that no logic race, because there's a bit of a transition that needs to happen here. So for myself and for Clear Mouse, we thank you for your time and watching. And then Clear Mouse, if you want to say anything else, go ahead.
I think you've said so many things. Thank you, of course, to CSR. Thank you, Buddha, for doing the commentary here. It was actually a lot of fun. I just want to also say that in terms of this community, I think this community is really great. Lots of supportive people. I think many people, including top record holders or just top runners in general, are very open into basically helping out. Right, there are a lot of great resources. I think Rob basically linked that on Discord. I mean, and honestly, like Link is a lot of fun to just move. So if you're ever actually interested in just basically trying this out, certainly gonna have a very good time. So till then, yeah.
Also, Spleeby 139.50.
All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and switch over to our countdown scene. The No Logic Rando race will be starting up in just a few moments. Once again, thank you to our commentators, Misanthropic Buddha and Clear Mouse did a fantastic job. And thank you to all of our runners who were featured on the restream. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
All right, sorry about the delay, all. Welcome back to the 30th anniversary celebration of Link to the Past, where at the moment we are now going to bring you a no logic rando race. Oh God, what are we getting ourselves into? Joined here by Chex and Gland on comms. How are you two doing?
Good, thank
Hello.
you.
I'm doing pretty alright.
I'm going to hand it over to the two of you, and we will get this race underway shortly.
All right, welcome everyone to a no logic randomizer race for A Link to the Past. We've got all of our runners ready as far as I can tell. And I'm pretty excited about this. I haven't seen a lot of no logic on Restream.
Yeah. I can't even think of the last time I know of one. But I guess we can give like a little overview on what this is. So I'm sure most people watching are familiar with the randomizer in general, which makes use of what's called a logic to ensure that kind of items aren't needed to get to the locations where they are, so that the game will be beatable if you just play through it normally. And no logic is when we throw all of that out the window and we put items into literally any location at random with absolutely no bias or anything. And this gets played with a lot of major glitches allowed in order to be able to beat that.
Yeah, we generally need to use major glitches to beat these seeds. We can simply have something like Moon Pearl in the Dark World, and then we'll have to use some sort of out of bounds perhaps to get into the Dark World and pick up the Moon Pearl.
Yeah.
So we'll see things like that.
Yeah. And kind of in the last couple years or so, I think, we've imposed kind of an additional rule in general with no logic, which is that kind of more of an honor system rule where you have to beat all the bosses of all the crystal dungeons and not just obtain the crystals themselves, because it's become way too easy to just do that without beating all the bosses. So beating the bosses adds a little bit more challenge to it.
And even if there's something silly like the hook shot dropped by Argus, we can still defeat Argus using glitches.
The only thing that is not doable is if one of the rods is on Trinex.
Yeah, exactly. So we will hopefully not see that this race. So we have all three runners starting, all three checking the island.
An early
as the
flute.
initial.
Probably they're all gonna go and immediately get this flute.
Yeah, that's really fun to see.
Yeah,
what are they doing here?
So first they're doing what's downward teleport in order to clip into this wall. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk more about that later. But then after being kind of below the bottom of the screen like this and hitting this transition, they do what's called a funny auto walk thing, which makes Link walk through all collision and he can get right to this island. And the flute's going to be really helpful for fast traveling around. In particular, in no logic, it's especially useful because we're going to be using potions a lot for some glitches called YBAs. And the flute gets us to the potion shop really quickly.
YBA, or Yuzuhara's Bottle Adventure, is used for transition glitches, and it can be used in the overworld with a blue potion for a fake Dark World flute, or a YBA can be used in the underworld to skip certain rooms or to create other corruption effects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Something else you may notice is that they've all started with the boots. This is kind of a convenience thing that generally all major glitch modes of the randomizer does. It's just that the boots are really helpful for a lot of glitching, and it just makes it generally more fun to start with them rather than suffering through having to like select buffer clips and stuff like that.
So we have a sword on Lumberjack Ledge. That particular item location will require defeating Aghanim if they want to collect that.
Yeah,
But
so
we
probably
don't
we won't see
necessarily.
that.
Yeah,
Well,
we probably won't see it.
There's
But
a chance we could, but
yeah, we could defeat Aghanim without too much trouble, depending. But there are other swords.
Yeah.
And it's even possible that we can duplicate a sword to power it up to the next level.
That's true as well. We're also seeing bombs from the bush crab, which is really nice. Bombs are very helpful for a few glitches like bomb clipping and bomb jukes, which we might see, as well as a quadrant glitch that you can do in Desert Palace. Well, I'm not sure if you need bombs for that anymore. There's been stuff I haven't followed.
We are seeing Mr. Buyer on a lush green Death Mountain. He used a DMA, or Dungeon Mountain Ascent, on the Lumberjack screen to go directly to the mountain, pick up a mushroom with a little teleport like we saw at the beginning.
Oh, making use of the double switch hit. I like that.
I missed it. A double with a single explosion.
Yeah.
Nice.
By pausing.
And shoutouts to Kern for optimizing that tech in Gerudo Exile.
Yeah.
Alright, so we see armor in the first basement of Hera, and Buyer is picking it up. Nice to have early. Certain players may not pick it up. I will be curious to see.
Yeah. So, this is also a key sanity seed. It's not just, like, normal. Which you might think makes it harder, but actually generally makes things easier in No Logic, because you don't actually need to get any of the keys. Every single one can be bypassed.
Buyer sees something
sanity
he wants.
kinda makes it more likely you'll just happen to find them on your way and not have to do all those things.
A nice underworld clip from Buyer using a little shortcut to get through Spectacle Rock Cave.
Yeah, to pick up that hook shot, which is a super valuable item for No Logic. Obviously one of the core pieces of a glitch known as hook pushing, which involves manipulating some memory to have the hook shot push you in arbitrary directions and through walls and stuff, which we might get to see more of if they pick up the other items that are necessary to do it.
Okay.
Mostly at the start, they're going to kind of just be doing mostly overworld clipping just to kind of get around and do a bunch of light world checks before they dive into anything more glitchy, really.
It's true, and we see them picking up small keys here and there. The runners will want to know what keys they have. Some are more valuable than others in No Logic. A lot of the time, keys are of no real consequence because there are just ways to get through the underworld that don't require key usage, or they use cave state, or they use keys from other dungeons.
Yeah, particularly Palace of Darkness small keys are completely useless because we can get all the checks in there in cave state and not need to use a single key very, very easily.
And on Malmo's side, we have a nice upward teleport to pick up a small key. Unfortunately, it was this Palace of Darkness key. Now where are we going? Oh, a nice downward movement there. It looked like an upward teleport, but it makes Link jump. For some reason, that is a weird screen for Link's teleportation.
Yeah. So, like, roughly speaking, what a teleport is it's kind of an abuse of the diagonal wall collisions. They do a special calculation to work with, like, to do collision detection with Link. And if you get inside them to certain pixels, then they'll send you way, way off, either upward or downward. And that's our main technique of doing a lot of clipping in this game. especially on the overworld.
And
Kind of don't
there's
really need to worry too much specifically about it other than that.
a castle's tower key is somewhat valuable. Aghanim's Towers only has a couple of items, but a key allows us one of them. It also might be helpful to progress through Aga Tower if we do not have the flippers, which makes no sense to say out loud, but there may be a possibility we need to collect a swamp crystal in an unusual way, but we'll see.
They're seeing Malmo set up for a quadrant glitch, which is something that happens to a lot of people by accident in Randomizer, but she's doing it on purpose here. Actually, kind of a different setup than the usual one that accidentally happens by releasing a spin attack. Here she's trying to get, I think, directly against the screen transition to the north on a certain X coordinate and have the BMOS hit her, and then that will activate a quadrant glitch, which is basically where she'll go to kind of like move to the other side of the large room, which is a super tile, without the game properly updating what quadrant you're actually in. I think it updates it twice instead of once, technically speaking. And that'll make it so that the next screen transition that happens to the east will be screwed up and won't send her to the expected place, and she'll be able to get to the right side of Desert without using a small key. Unfortunately, she's having some difficulty actually getting on this pixel, though.
Yeah, Malmo's good at small pixel movements, except her controller apparently is like it's. We can see that Link is not going the direction that she wants to. We're also seeing Taj perform the same setup. It appears.
This is a very common thing to do in the early game of a no logic seed, since Desert's very easily accessible after Kakariko, and you want to get these items over here without a key.
Okay, we see a successful transition on both runners, Tajso and Malmo's side.
First, he loops around the lobby room there once, and then transitions and gets all the way over to the right side here. Opens the two chests off screen.
Yeah, on our end, it'll be difficult to see what they find exactly. And we have a death from
Looks
Tasha.
like he got a
This is
heart
death
container in one of the chests.
Mm-hmm. And Malmo's working on the death warp as well. And both of these are door glitches. They're transition corruptions. In other words, only allowed in no logic racing, and in no other logic. We also saw an attempt of a door glitch from Bayer. He was going for a juke in Mini Moldorm Cave, but unfortunately ran out of bombs to execute it. That would be yeah. It was an attempt to go for the King's Tomb. As a shortcut, but there are plenty of other ways to get there.
Yeah, it would kind of result in the same sort of like broken transition as we saw in Desert. It would just send you like a room further, and they would go into the super tile north of Mini Moldorm Cave on the map, which is King's Tomb.
Yeah, really neat to see overworld clears with door glitches right away. And yeah, it's a lot like seeing a glitched randomizer, like hybrid major glitches or overworld major glitches, where all the overworld is connected, but we can also take interesting shortcuts and go interesting places in the underworld.
Yeah, so we're finally seeing some difference in routing between Malmo and Tajso here. Tajso opting to go to Sahasrah's hut and then to Eastern. Learning that Skullwoods has the green pendant. Always some useful information there. Since this is Key Sanity, we don't just see right away what prizes are in the dungeons. Oh, but then he also finds the map of Skullwoods, so he didn't even need to ask Sahasrah.
Wow. All right. So some of the maps are pretty useful because we don't want to have to clear a dungeon that is difficult to clear if we don't have all the items to normally be able to clear it. So we want to know what the goal is as we get into like the second hour of gameplay.
Yeah, some dungeons are a lot easier than others to beat. Like Mire and Pod are both fairly easy to get the prize from. So you see Touch going into Eastern and doing a bomb juke here, which is what Bayer was trying to do earlier. Let's him get
very nice.
the big key room here early.
But how are we
Unfortunately,
getting out?
yeah.
Do we have a
because
big key?
of,
Okay. I was curious whether we had the big key. I saw the word Eastern from one of the chests in Sahasrar's closet, but I didn't actually see that it was the big key. So that's great.
Unfortunately, because of the broken screen transitions, he can't really do anything else useful there and has to first transition to kind of fix collision with sprites, and then he can die. And now everything is back to normal
Yeah.
after it reloads the area.
The initial entry into the room had no collision with the anti-fairies, which allowed him to press the button, and then we transitioned to be able to death warp. All right. Malmo taking advantage of the flute. We'll be exploring South Hyrule. Bayer hits the Devalent with a hook shot, which stuns it awkwardly on this version of the game.
Yeah, kind of a bizarre change there on the US version. The hook shot kills those enemies, but it does not on this version.
All right, we're seeing another quadrant glitch attempt from Bayer.
Yeah. And we're seeing Malmo clear out many Moldorm caves, so she's opting to not do the bomb juke here.
And we did see gloves, so we'll probably see back of escape play. Actually, I believe we did see that already.
Yeah, I think
one of
somebody
our
did then.
runners. But one of Malmo's mottos is you'll never regret just checking the back of escape because it's so fast to get to once you have the ability to get there.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like it's good to do when you're thinking about what else to do. Yeah, the strategy is no logic is generally both about density and just chaining together as much as you can. Especially when you have some cases where like it can be a large cost to get somewhere because of having to use glitches. You want to continue on that path as much as you can to have the sunk cost mean as much as possible.
I forgot that Tarsha found a bottle somewhere. I can't remember where that was. That is very useful.
Looks like we saw a water walk from Malmo by dashing out of the Ice Rod Cave. And she's going to check what item is here, and then maybe go back to the Bridge Hobo after this.
And thanks to Tyler Salt in chat. Yeah, I believe Eastern Big Key.
Oh, right, yes, that had a B bottle.
And
The bottle is going to be very useful.
gloves are our primary entrance into Checkerboard Cave, so nice to find a sword there for Mr. Bayer.
Gloves are generally very nice to find, but mitts rarely matter.
Okay, I missed what happened to Taj. He screen scrolled somewhere. In a bad way.
Oh, did he get the infinite scroll?
It was not an infinite scroll, in fact.
I think he was trying to do Graveyard Ledge here.
Okay.
Without the or without spin speed or hook speed. which
Yeah,
is tricky.
there are a few different ways to get into Graveyard Ledge, and one of them involves a green scroll like we saw, but yeah, I'm not sure of all the ways to do it. There's a peculiar dash that Tasha is going for as well, and didn't quite work out. I don't know why. I'm not too familiar with that one either.
Oh, Mr. Bayer doing a nice jump to the bridge close to the transition to fake flipper.
It looked like it may have been the Brahmin meat method.
Yeah. And we also saw Malmo do a neat entry into King's Tomb, where you could see her lift up that black rock even though she does not have Titan's Mitts. Which is possible by jumping to a very precise spot where the game determines your ability to lift the object based on the bush, but then you actually lift the rock for some reason. It's very bizarre.
Or purposely confusing the game.
Yeah. Epitome of the game gets confused.
Yeah. All right, so here's a Hera play for Malmo. She's going for the blue mail.
Dodge is going for Houlihan, which I think Mr. Bayer also did.
Yeah, we saw an early Houlihan for Bayer, and that was from a Death Mountain descent. When we transition from Death Mountain to below, there's a camera desync, and the Houlihan is free, basically.
Yeah. It changed nicely with Graveyard Ledge. You can just check Graveyard Ledge and then immediately go and enter Houlihan. Get some nice cash bucks.
Especially
Malmo
useful.
hover for the hook shot. No.
No, we'll see the clip in this cave.
No hovering today.
That's too bad. But you love to see the Spectacle Rock bomb clip.
Yes, that is a very nice trick. Bayer having
And
some difficulty with Herapot, but
the Underworld, by the way, in the Underworld, the diagonals act differently, and we can't easily boots clip them. So bomb clipping became a way to clip diagonals much more easily than using, say, one frame clips, one frame movements.
Bayer's going to be going to fight Moldorm, be the first boss we see so far.
Oh yeah.
Pretty easily accessible.
Oh, very nice bomb juke for Taj. Taj successfully gets to King's Tomb via Mini Moldorm. And nice fight for Mr. Bayer. Rewarded with a red boomerang and a red pendant, vanilla pendant.
It's a shame.
Yeah, that's too
We
bad.
know where 2 of our pendants are now.
Yeah, and there are a couple of the easier dungeons to clear. So this is turning out to be a seed where we will have to clear the more difficult dungeons, most likely.
Which is going to be good to see.
Speaking of Ganon's towers in Paradox Cave, that is fairly useful. Not only for the Ganon's tower doors, but it also allows us to open big key doors and chests in Cave State.
Cave State, yeah.
So that's an interesting a side effect of finding Ganon's Tower Big Key. It also applies to finding the Thieves' Town Big Key, Palace of Darkness, and Hyrule Castle Big Key.
Yeah. So that means that if they start from a cave and make their way into a dungeon somehow, they will be able to open big key doors and chests. Since I'll check for one of those 4.
And I'm just now noticing the Waterfall Fairy has a blue potion, and that will be good for fake fluting, potentially. Oh,
Yeah.
Taj is going for
Just,
a clip to get the Zora ledge
I like
item.
this clip.
Yeah. No, keep going. Taj, you can do this. Yeah, there we go. I was afraid he would save and quit.
Unfortunately, he didn't quite get the right one. Has to walk around here, but
Yeah, that's okay. It's a
well, I think the problem here is he wanted.
interesting.
Or, I don't know. I was gonna say he wanted the money for Zora, but he wouldn't have been able to get there anyway. After.
Yeah, I'm a little curious. But yeah.
So we're kind of reaching the end of Light World checks here, and none of them have the Moon Pearl yet. So we're gonna hopefully see some interesting stuff soon.
Yeah, I agree with that. There are still some things that the runners could do without too much trouble. They could check pod. There's a simple way there from Spectacle Rock. Or they can start exploring the Dark World with fake flutes. So
They
we'll see.
still also have the front of escape that they can go through.
Yeah, front of escape. There's less of an incentive to get that to go through escape because they already have a big key for cave state.
Yeah.
But there are, of course, chests there.
Yeah, because Palace of Darkness is easily reachable in Cave State, but you want to have a big key that works in Cave State first.
I also, regarding Light World, I don't know if we've seen a mushroom turn in.
I feel like we did. I think Malmo was just at the potion shop.
Big 20. Thank you. All right. So we have 2 of our runners going into Eastern. We did see this already from Taj, where he found a bottle. And our runners will not be able to clear this dungeon, but that's okay. And we're seeing more of Death Mountain for Tarso.
Yeah, so they're kind of all going through stuff that the others have already gone through. Still nobody's gone to escape yet.
Yeah, escape will be fairly casual boots. Depending on who found the sword, anyway. And so far, only Mr. Byer. That's kind of interesting. I appreciate Mr. Byer's early routing, which put off Kakariko Village, and so the others didn't have glove, so they didn't get to check Checkerboard Cave.
Oh yeah. I think it's fairly likely that we're going to see a pod play soon.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, Todshow found the mirror shield. That's something.
I did not keep track of the shield situation. That's a little annoying in my opinion, but hey, it blocks fireballs.
I see touch, so check the mushroom here.
I'm a little surprised that we're seeing a vanilla big key room from Malmo, but there it is. Not a problem. Clears the room. All right, what's next for Tarsho? Mountain Cave.
Looks like he's likely to be going to Palace of Darkness here. Or not. Maybe. First he's going to Hera. Did we see where Mr. Buyer got his sword? Was that from Checkerboard?
Yeah, that's the Checkerboard
Okay.
sword.
Oh, we're
Okay,
seeing Malmo
here
do
we go.
something interesting.
I was hoping we would see something. So Malmo has a potion. It must be a red or green potion here, because she will be using a door glitch. It's a subtile YBA, and this will allow us to skip a subtile. And it will put us in Misery Mire. So, this is an interesting way to check that dungeon.
Especially since she has the Eastern Palace big key here, she'll be able to check kind of all the front chests in Misery Mire. And then if she so chooses, she can then clip to Hera, although she doesn't yet have a way to kill Moldorm.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So first she's using a... unfortunately, missed it too many times there. Since that door has a shutter door on it, it's what we call an auto door, where if you step into it, it just automatically sucks you all the way through, which makes it very hard to perform the YBA where you have to use the potion on the frame that the screen transition activates. However, we can get around that by using what's called a bomb snap, where if you do kind of what she was trying to do there, or she did do it a couple times, you can lock Link standing in place right beside the screen transition. That makes it so you just have to press up and Y on the same frame, and you'll get the YBA, which is also easier said than done a lot of the time.
Okay, so Fire got down to half a heart at Ball and Chains, which was really scary, but took care of the guard. Another option could have been to stun the guards, but Buyer wanted that damage anyway because he wanted to death warp.
Yeah.
So escape was pretty interesting. We found myths. They don't really do a whole lot for us, but they will make certain things easier, of course, if we wanted to.
Oh, we're gonna see a fake flute from Dodge, so right now he is in the bunny state on the Dark World Death Mountain, and he's going to use his blue potion on the frame that he activates the screen transition, which is going to bring up the flute menu. And he's gonna use this to go to 7, and he'll be first on the Light World screen, but then when he transitions, because he's still technically in the Dark World, he'll be back on the Dark World screen, even though we have Light World graphics.
I love how he turns in from a blue pig into a golden pig.
Yeah. And then he can go there and pull on that statue, which is like a tree pull spot. And if you do that while you're in the Super Bunny state, which you get from the fake flute, you turn back into normal Link state. And he's using this check Hype Cave, and this is kind of a dead end because now when he leaves Hype Cave again, he'll be a bunny again.
And Taj remembers there's still more we can do for our information, which is possibly check the bomb shop.
Yeah.
Swamp Big Key is not very useful at all, of course.
Interesting that he didn't decide to at least check Stumpy and Digging Game first, but...
We do not find out what the crystals are. My mistake. I've been jabasted.
He's gonna go buy another blue potion here and go again. He probably had the plan there of that he could reset the game if there was nothing good there, but he did find a big key, I think.
In
So,
Hive Cave.
Yeah.
And
see something there.
yeah,
And
I'm not
ether or
forgetting.
something like that.
Yeah, ether. That was it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was it.
Maybe it was ether, not a big key. I don't remember.
There was a big key to swamp. That's it.
Okay. It's one of the more useless big keys, but it could do something.
So with Mr. Buyer in a doorway here, he'll be attempting a YBA to get to Thieves Town.
Show is going to be going for a one-frame clip here, which is going to be an alternate way to clip into a wall like this, since you can't use the boots as a bunny. You can also do it with very, very particular movement, one frame at a time.
Oh man.
Which he's using the menu to achieve.
And we have a successful entry into Thieves Town.
Oh, nice. So we're going to get to see Thieves Town here. So we see he clips through that wall, jumps down, does another funny auto walk thing to get off of Death Mountain. Now he's again in the proper Dark World as a bunny. And
so we're
Go ahead. Yeah.
On the other two runner screens, we have them both in Cave State dungeons, different dungeons. We had a Kiki skip from Malmo to get into Pod, and in Cave State, we are unlocking doors. Small keys mean very, very little to us and no logic, and so she's unlocking a lot of Pod doors. Buyer's unlocking a lot of Thieves Town doors.
Yeah. So, kind of why this works is when you're either on the overworld or in a cave, you're in what we call Cave State, which is Dungeon ID 255. And in this state, you are set to have 255 small keys, which is used as an indicator by the HUD to not draw the key count. But if you get into a dungeon where there are locked doors, you do functionally actually have 255 small keys, so you can just open all the doors you want.
Right, and it's especially useful in these two dungeons.
Yeah,
and not only
both easy to get to in Cave State.
Yeah, and if we wanted to, we can continue into other dungeons and unlock their doors. Okay.
So it's likely that we're going to see Mr. Buyer do a full clear of thieves, and he'll be able to fight blind even, and then leave and re-enter to get the prize. Or I don't know, he might be leaving first, but right, we saw him open the doors in the prison first, which required the big key.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna leave now and then go back. And you might be wondering, how is he Link in the Dark World without the Moon Pearl? Well, technically he's not actually in the Dark World, because he went from the Light World into the Uncle Tunnel, and then into Thieves Town, and then out of Thieves Town. And at no point was there a warp transition that changed his world to the Dark World. So the game still thinks that he's in the Light World, and is therefore Link. However, if he transitions away from this screen, he will go back to the Light World, similarly how Todso fake fluted to a Light World screen and then went to a Dark World screen. So he's able to check everything here in Village of Outcasts, and then go back into Thieves Town.
Flippers are in Village of Outcasts in chess game, so that is pretty huge. Bypassing flippers is a possibility in this logic, but it's so much faster to just have them.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying to get Swamp Palace's prize without the flippers. And Taj is going through Skull Woods, which was the end result of his bunny DMD here, and he did something similar here to get into Light World, where he actually took a Death Warp. So this is behavior from the vanilla game that's normally patched out in No Glitches Rando, but is left in for the glitched modes, where if you have not yet beat Aghanim 1 and you're in the game state where from before beating Aghanim 1 and you die in a Dark World dungeon, the game's like internal world value will set to Light World.
All
And
right,
so
we're
you'll be in
seeing.
what's called Fake Dark World.
Yeah, and that's 2 different ways to get into Fake Dark World. And now on Taj's screen, we are seeing a DLC room. I am not certain where he goes here. This is
He's
not
doing
about...
a bomb juke.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult bomb juke. Okay, he's giving up on it.
Doesn't this go to Swamp Palace?
I believe so. It's a difficult one that you have to work with the cycle of the Wall Master. And yes, it would bring you to the southern loop of Swamp Palace, that loop room. I'm not really sure what you do from there afterwards.
Yeah,
so.
I've never done it, and I wasn't able to figure it out for myself the one time I tried. So I know it's a little complicated because it involves Swamp Palace, which is notorious for weird layering. And we haven't talked about the rule set, but there is no EG allowed. We are allowed to do everything except for things on the EG power level, basically, and above.
Or EG is basically any sort of layer manipulation stuff or being on the wrong layer. Is generally extremely powerful. Because you can kind of just walk around under the floor everywhere.
Well, we have a hammer in its vanilla dungeon, as we saw on Malmo's screen.
Just making our way through the dark maze.
A lot of the time and no logic races, we don't find hammer at all, and it's not a huge deal. But however, finding hammer is very useful for finding more items, essentially, and for speeding up the run.
Yeah. And we saw Crystal from Thieves Town from Mr. Buyer. So something, I guess, to point out is that he did have to leave Thieves Town and re-enter because the game keeps track of your dungeon ID based on where you enter the underworld from.
Oh yeah.
So because he got to Thieves Town, started from Uncle Tunnel, he was in Cave State, and when you kill a boss, the prize you get is based on what your dungeon ID currently is, and if you're in Cave State, you don't get one, which would result in him having to save and quit out of the room, or he could have done a glitch there in particular, which leaves the door open, but chose to just reload it first. Either way, he would have had to reload to get the prize. Malmo is putting her hammer to use to beat Molmorn.
Yeah, I love it. We, like you said before, maybe she wouldn't be able to find a sword, but hammer's the other item that can defeat that boss, so that's great to have.
Yeah.
And where was Hammer? Hammer was in Palace of Darkness.
Mm-hmm. So we actually saw a bit of a different technique from Tajso to get into Thieves Town. Instead of using a YBA, he did a
I missed it.
double bomb juke.
Yeah, that's pretty advanced.
Yeah. So right now he's kind of in this weird state where all the transitions and stuff line up normally, but there's a desync in his coordinates that makes it so that he doesn't interact with any sprites. He can just walk through all the enemies and stuff.
And I didn't, and like I said, I didn't see the bomb juke, but I'm hoping he unlocked the cell doors.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're seeing a nice GT clip from Malmo.
Yes. Very solid play with the big key and the hammer and the hook shot.
Yeah, it's really, like I said before, Malmo is good at these small movements. She's very good at RMG categories. It was too bad that the earlier door glitches didn't work out, but this one was very successful.
Yeah. So GT is a very juicy place to check in any glitched modes. Whereas in the normal rando, there's like a junk prefill that kind of diminishes the value of it having over 20 chests in it. That's not even remotely a thing in no logic, so we just get a lot of checks here. And we're finding the lamp on the torch, pretty fitting spot for it.
The lantern on the torch. And she is putting the hammer to use, of course.
She's getting close to having the tools for hook pushing. Maybe we'll get to see that in this seed.
Okay, but Bayer is going to upgrade his bombs. And that's useful for a number of things. I'm not quite sure what they'll be used for at first, but good to have. And Taj is filling up on red potions. And red is really good to use in the underworld. They'll work on subtile or super tile doors for the door glitches that we are allowed to use.
Yeah. But yeah, the general strategy for no logic is item density and chaining stuff together as best you can, generally. A question from chat.
Yeah, and go mode is a funny thing because there might be a situation where a runner is technically able to defeat all the bosses and collect all the crystals, but it might be,
Really
it might be
slow or awkward.
really slow. Oh, we're seeing amazing.
Oh.
Oh, I love it.
Super
An amazing.
swag.
Yeah.
Oh, we see Malmo getting a bow. That's really huge. Technically, she could do some forms of hook pushing now, although I'm not sure if she's familiar with those or not.
Yeah, this is
And they'd be of limited usefulness anyway. But
Yes. It's unfortunate for Taj. I don't think he'll be getting that. And one thing I know about Taj though is he really likes the bow, and that's because it is a way to achieve overworld conveyor.
yeah, a very simple way.
And the lamp is a first step in that kind of glitch, which involves mislotting.
Yeah. Now Todshow does not yet have the hammer. So
Right.
he's going to be doing a bomb juke here, which is going to put him. He's now in the room with all the holes, and he's for some reason bomb jumping here, even though he has the hook shot.
Might just be forgetting. We have a vanilla positioned big key bows, the big key of Skullwoods. And yeah, nice progress in Ganon's Tower. It's progression for Eastern at this point.
Yeah.
And Palace of Darkness, maybe? Yeah, Palace of Dark. Well, no. Melmo already had access to Helmasaur, but didn't fight. Because it would have been impossible until now. Melmo still doesn't have a sword, but could defeat Helmasaur with bow or hammer.
Yeah. Now Mr. Byers making his way through Palace of Darkness as well. Should be able to pick up everything here that Malmo did. Malmo entering the warp at Turtle Rock here. So show some information on
Okay, I didn't
that
see.
medallion. Yeah, got a very quick map check. I saw Turtle Rock was a crystal. I didn't catch anything else.
Yeah, I didn't see, unfortunately.
Like from her tracker, Swamp is also a crystal.
Did see that Turtle Rock is openable with Quake. That is not a doorway that I typically go into, but
Yeah.
might be useful to know.
She's doing the namesake Super Bunny glitch in Super Bunny Cave.
Yeah, we can check these 2 chests by having Super Bunny active. That's, of course, a result of landing. And
Yeah,
And fun-
falling in a hole, which is normally not something the bunny is ever supposed to be able to do.
right. And fun fact, there is a way to Houlihan in the Dark World, even as a bunny, by performing a map wrap transition to Skull Woods. And that will put Bunny Link in the Light World. And there's no transition, so we remain a bunny, and Houlihan places us in real Light World too. So we're kind of stuck in the Light World as a bunny, which is a weird situation to be in. And for some reason, Bunny Link can carry a Super Bunny from the drop into Link's house and into the overworld.
Yeah.
That's not something we see in Randomizer, but it's a fun fact.
So we saw Touch eventually get through that room after the bomb juke. And then when he transitioned back right, which like the door normally going to the double fire bar chest, he gets sent backwards and like further than normal there because it's still a broken transition, and he got to the bombable floor room and was able to get 4 chests ultimately there. And now he equips his hook shot. And
That's
I wonder
pretty
if he
awesome.
realizes that he should have used the hook shot in Ganon's tower.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have talked over that. That's a Taj knows so many routes through Ganon's tower. It's I've learned a lot from Taj over the years.
Oh, me too. It's Malmo fake fluted to 3 and was able to use the entrance of Thieves Town to regain link state. Since that is
Right.
it puts you in the pull state the same as any tree pull does.
Mm-hmm. Nice to see a sort of golden green bunny link out of that in this particular spray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Byer is going to leave Palace of Darkness, which means we might see him do a statue drag to get to Almasaur. Since he actually has a sword here, he has the means to kill. Yep, so we're going to see him doing statue drag. So he's going to pull the statue until going down the stairs here. And now he's going to be remaining in the statue pulling state, where he's going to wait here until the anti-fury hits him, and he'll go back to walking, but without resetting the value that says he's in the statue pulling state. And now he can push that statue sideways without going back into like a pushing state, and reload the dungeon entirely. And now he's going to use this to do a juke on the north transition, where he goes past the actual transition trigger, and then he'll do some black magic transitions that eventually resolve in him getting into the Almasaur boss room with the ability to fight Almasaur. I really can't explain how this works. It just does.
Yeah. The black magic is their unexplainable transition corruptions.
Yeah. But the Helmasaur boss room is, or the super tile is south of the entrance of Palace of Darkness. So now he has the hammer and a sword, so he'll be able to fight Helmasaur pretty easily here.
Yeah, even getting the spin speed state to extend the hammer hitbox. Okay, so we'll get some information on Malmo's side. Crystals from swamp and desert. So those are red crystals.
Swamp and desert. Yeah. Oh, this is cool.
Nice fight.
Almost setting up for a funny auto walk thing called the River Fought.
Oh yeah, this will
But
be
this
great.
one is actually going to go to the right instead of downwards.
Mhm.
And it's going to ultimately result in her being able to get past the hammer bags on this bridge as a bunny.
Malmo just recently learned the funny auto walk thing here. It's known as River Dance in the practice hack for A Link to the Past, and she has been practicing restricted major glitches, the any percent speedrun.
She decides not to devote too much time to it.
Yeah. So we find out what she would have found out on Taj's screen, which is just a heart container. Is that pyramid?
Shed something there I don't know if I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Pyramid screen with the light world graphics and it's like raining.
Yeah. That's pretty funky. It gets a little dark there on that screen.
I was like, how did he get into rain state again?
I don't know how to explain it, but that's all I can say. It probably had to do with being in Mire. Taj might have mapped. No, maybe not mapped there. Well, I don't know. I know Malmo mapped in Mire in order to clear the glitched terrain. Malmo did one of those very, very quick map checks just to clear the glitchiness. I didn't get any information from the map check. All right, so a nice DMD from Malmo. Okay, Buyer does not have a big key, so whatever.
Watcho's doing something very interesting here too.
Oh yes. Incidentally, red rain on Taj's screen and a red river in the transition. So this will be good if he holds up. Does he do it?
I believe this was a Chex human special development.
Okay.
The catfish DMA.
Okay, yeah, the catfish DMA. Yeah. Okay. Taj does not get it, unfortunately. That's pretty punishing, just in the sense that he went all this way and there's more to be found if he were to continue into Hookshot Cave. So that's too bad. But yeah, that catfish DMA makes use of Link being able to skip a left-right transition, and can it just involves overworld transition manipulations that way. Pretty straightforward conceptually, but it's hard to pull off.
Yeah, I'm seeing Mr. Buyer here do a dash clip to get into this wall. Gonna move to a specific pixel and dash for 1 frame into the wall in order to clip into it. And this is ultimately going to let him transition downward into Swamp Palace. So, since he has the flippers and the hammer and the hookshot, he wants to check out Swamp Palace, Seems like a good idea.
And yeah. Fire will be able to unlock Swamp Palace, meaning we won't need the small key for Swamp. And maybe we can check a couple of chests along the way. Maybe even more.
A question from chat: how is the race going? It's generally a little hard to tell where your progress is on a logic seed. Often it kind of just like comes together at some point. And aside from that, you're just doing a bunch of checks. It's kind of weird, but
yeah. You can sometimes get an impression of how well someone is clearing dense locations, but they've all been pretty even, pretty solid, having some successes, some failures. That's just the way of difficult glitches.
yeah, they've all checked a lot of the same things. But there's so many ways to do everything that, like, there's no kind of
Uh-oh.
for sure.
Uh-oh. Okay. That's unfortunate for Malmo. For some reason, oh, she's saved. I don't know what just happened. Malmo Malmo uncaped while in a doorway, which is normally very, very bad. But Malmo was able to maybe, I don't know, did she
I think just
re-cape?
re-equip the. I think if you just re-equip the cape, then it
Okay.
fixes it. But I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's why, like, if you run out of magic, it's a problem.
Yeah.
You can't.
It's very bad. Yeah. So, yeah, that must be it. Yeah. But we saw that, some sort of, like, automatic walking from the bottom of the screen to the top, and I knew there would be a problem there, but she fixed it quickly. Alright, so Tajso will find Hammer soon in Pod.
Looks like he did
already
already.
has- Yeah, excuse me. So I wonder if there will be a return to GT or something else, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he also has the flippers, so he might also go the route that Bayer was taking to get to Swamp. Although Bayer's not in Swamp, so I kind of miss what was going on there.
Oh, I missed it too. Yeah, that's too bad.
Oh, he did go through to the entrance chest, and then
Yeah.
maybe he just, like, died to reload it or something.
Yeah, it's possible we're seeing a mirrorless swamp. And shout outs to Baliame for finding mirrorless swamp
Oh, yeah.
almost
what
by
he's done.
accident. And our runners, other than mirror, have all the normal items that we would need to beat swamp.
Yeah.
So this could be it.
So, so as I said, like, you need to enter the dungeon properly to have the ID, but in order to enter Swamp properly and, like, actually go through it, you need to have this water here from moving the dam, which normally is impossible to do unless you have the mirror to go back and forth. But the dam being drained is actually controlled by a certain overworld flag, which is a special flag that kind of just gets reset on any overworld transition. But it doesn't get reset when you save and quit. So if you drain the dam and then save and quit, go to the mountain, go directly into Tower of Hera, and then clip into Swamp, nothing in that process undrains the dam, and you can just walk out and walk back in to Swamp.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how we can take advantage of these very small oversights on the developers' end. Ice Palace big key, not important. But, you know, I could eat my words on that, but it's not that significant right now.
We're gonna see Todgeso also do what Mr. Byer did with Statue Drag to reach Almasaur. Very nicely done.
Well, nice timing with a bomb explosion for Mr. Byer. He'll be setting up a diver down to get to the left side. So why is Malmo back in desert? I wonder.
She found out it's a crystal. She could be trying to beat it. Although she doesn't have a sword to do a spin YB here, so I'm not sure what the plan is.
Yeah, that's what I
Does
was
she have the
curious
big
about.
key? I'm not sure. Maybe she has the big key.
It's true. She does have the big key, so
Okay.
that'll be the way in, I suppose.
The normal way.
Yeah, the normal way. What's the plan? There's no plan. And Todgeso takes Helmasaur King down.
We still don't know what our third pendant is, I believe. Maybe we do? No, it's between Eastern or Misery Mire. We're not sure yet.
We have a sword on left side swamp. So that's a nice find. Yeah.
Misery Mire is another potentially tricky dungeon to get the prize from, so we'll have to wait and see as to whether it's a crystal or not.
We're seeing Wacko Landmo from Malmo.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take 4 hammer hits on each worm.
Misery Mire is our last crystal, and it requires bombos to open, which nobody has yet. That could be potentially tricky, although we do have ways around that. That would be interesting to see if it comes up.
Aha, so Todgeso is the next player to find the first sword.
While Mr.
And-
Byers apparently found a second sword.
Yeah, that was
Swamp House?
left side swamp, left chest.
Mhm.
And Malmo quickly finds the next sword. I mean, first sword as well.
Mr. Byer heading through swamp completely normally here, onward to Argus. I guess not completely normally because he got to skip that small key there. When you go into swamp weird ways, you get to skip some keys.
All right, so it's really nice to have Master Sword as opposed to Fighter Sword before Argus. So we are seeing some spins of double Argy spins, basically.
And as soon as Malmo found that sword, she decided now's the time to fight Almasaur.
Yes.
She's coming back here to catch up with the other 2 runners on that. Meanwhile, Todgeso going to fight Lanmoa.
Also with the hammer.
Yeah,
And
it's his best tool right now.
yeah. All right. I love it. All these boss fights all of a sudden. No logic.
Now that we've got a bunch of items already, yeah, we're prepared to go through and fight a bunch of bosses.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of at the point now where they should basically be able to do everything, but they just need to figure out exactly what it is that they have to do.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to know whether we need Ice Rod and Fire Rod. Did we determine whether Pearl
Oh,
Rock
it's
is a
true.
crystal.
Pearl Rock is a crystal, we know that. So they do still need to find those rods, actually.
Yeah.
You know, Ice Rod has the reputation in normal rando being that thing that's hard to find, and I mean, when it comes to no logic, any item could be that. So we could have both rods be in very ridiculous spots. Malmo opted to use bombs for a couple hits, interestingly. I guess you normally use a bomb for one hit with this strat, but
Yeah, 2 is kind of funny.
it's been a long time since I've played this.
Mm-hmm. We did see this Helmasaur King fight from Glan at AGDQ.
It's a kind of what I said before. Like at this point, they're able to do a lot of the dungeons, but they still need a couple items. So they're going to be focusing on getting through dungeons and getting some prizes and stuff, and hoping they run into what they need. And then if they don't, then they can go and do some of the more obscure stuff afterwards. Tajso accidentally opened that door. I'm not sure if he didn't want to, because you do need to have a spare small key here to get through Swamp.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that. Meanwhile,
I think he
Malmo's
did it by
purposely...
accident, though. But
Yeah. So, not ideal. But meanwhile, Malmo is happy to use this small key and is going through Tile Room. And we have Bayer and Ganon's Tower. So we'll see normal left side, and I'm wondering if we'll see upper GT. I'm not sure.
yeah, I'm not sure either. He doesn't have the bow, so you'd have to do mimic clipping, which he could do.
Bo is in.
Oh, we see the fire rod from Malmo doing a little celebration dance.
That's huge.
That
Way
is
to go,
a huge
Malmo,
find.
protecting.
Hopefully Taj goes and finds that soon, since he did open the door already.
Yeah.
And that's going to open up a lot of stuff. It's going to make Ice Palace easy to do. I'll be able to check the back of Skullwoods easily.
The thing about Bayer's trip is he will find Bo in Rando Room, I believe.
Yeah, it was in Rando Room.
So it'll
But
just
he could choose to just go upstairs after that.
Yeah, it would be an interesting decision. Oh, I missed how Taj is getting here, but he's going for the Aghanim play.
Project Sword, yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting to see it after all. Really interesting.
Yeah, so we use a bomb juke there from Hera to get to the top of Aghanim's tower. So it's really easy to get to Aghanim 1. He still sucks to fight, but if we need to, we can do it quickly.
Fox in chat asking, did I miss a beetle juke? Shout outs to Fox for a particular method of bomb juke. And I don't know whether Taj employs it in this case.
Yeah, I missed it too. Saw Malmo do a clip from the entrance room of Ice Palace to get to the bottom floor here, which just skips the first floor of ice. You wouldn't necessarily always see it, but without Samaria and the ability to do Icebreaker, there's no real reason not to.
Yeah.
You do miss out on the compass chest with the penguins.
But that is
that
easily
can be done later.
Yeah, done afterwards, and that's something I know that Malmo likes to do. We are rich with keys, so I believe Malmo skipped the Bari key in conveyor room. And incidentally, Skull Woods could be a bigger problem for Tajso now. He now has Aghanim defeated, and about, a little while ago you explained the situation that arises with Aghanim in Skull Woods.
Yeah.
So it might be a little trickier for him to defeat Mothula if he doesn't have the Moon Pearl. However, it is a pendant, right?
Yes, it is a pendant, and there are still ways to open it. You can do a glitch found by Kern called Bunny Pocket. If he so chooses. Which is a very weird glitch where you can use an item as a bunny one time. But it has a lot of setup beforehand.
Yeah, I recommend everyone watch Kern's video about his initial finding of Bunny Pocket. Meta game breaking. It's very, very humorous. Yeah. What's going on in this race? Malmo is still progressing through Ice Palace. Mr. Bayer is a bunny, maybe. Okay, we're fluting somewhere.
I'm really glad that we're seeing all this bunny action.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a little boring when you get the pearl early and no logic.
Yeah, and not only that, but in this particular race, it's really interesting that the Moon Pearl is inaccessible to all of the runners. Otherwise, there would be a huge race advantage to the person who finds it first.
Oh yeah, it's backbreaking if you miss the pearl and your opponent finds it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of all the time you have to sink into fake flutes and stuff. We see Tajso making his way as Golden Ganon. Doing a quick map check.
And this confirms the crystals excuse me. It confirms the Turtle Rock crystal.
Yeah, and the Ice Palace crystal, which is what Malmo is aiming for here.
Yeah, and it's significant that we'll need to find both Ice Rod and Fire Rod to beat Trinex. Meanwhile, we're seeing the fought again from Mr. Bayer. It looks like there was an accidental save and quit, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah. This makes Malmo's fourth crystal and boss. Which is putting her in the lead so far. But anything can really change in the logic with a lucky item find. Although I would say that's kind of what she's run into here as well with the Fire Rod find.
Okay, the overworld is looking pretty funky for Tajso. I did not... so I'm guessing
he did a fake flute.
Yeah.
To Link State at the Bumper Cave Tree, and then I think he did a Dark World DMA.
Yeah.
And he's doing a T-Rock climb here. And the bully came all the way over here just so that we could keep him on screen.
Nice punt.
He's gonna check Hookshot Cave here. And then if I had to guess, he'll probably bunny clip into Turtle Rock after. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Where's the
That sounds
book?
like-
That's the book is potentially very nice with the Master Sword that he has.
Yeah, the book is one of the items that is hard required for certain locations. In other words, the 2 tablets.
Yeah, it's one of the only things that is a hard requirement.
Yeah. The fetch quests would require a shovel, you know, powder, fake powder, mushroom. So, yeah.
Kind of a shame that the shovel thing still does require the shovel, because I think the tech would be there to skip it. It just doesn't line up with actual geography.
Yeah, exactly.
YBA.
Yeah, we can't carry a mini game from one screen to the other, it seems.
Yeah.
We have a pod trip for Malmo. Now, Malmo's already defeated Helmasaur. So what could this be? There are a number of places we could go with this. We could go back to Hera and then something.
Okay, so she fought Helmasaur, and now she's going to YBA here, which is going to... well, the actual effect of this YBA is to remove the flag that says holes damage you, and that lets her fall into kind of the garbage data, essentially. Which says that the hole falls into the Moldorm room, and she can get into Hera this way. And now she's gonna... Oh, I see. She's going to go to Swamp Palace and Cave State.
Yeah,
Because she
right.
used the Hera small key
Right.
for the tile
Yeah.
room.
Oh,
We do see
Eastern is a
Eastern.
pendant.
So that means that Meyer is our last crystal, and I don't remember if we saw the Meyer area. We did. But
Oh, heck. And you were right about Taj's intentions. However, the bunny clipping was just not
yeah,
working out. So now Taj is on to something else.
it looks like nobody here has a track what medallion is required to enter Meyer.
Oh, yeah.
But if it is Bombos, that could lead to some trickiness to get that crystal.
Yeah. I feel like maybe Malmo looked at it, but I didn't catch it if she did.
Yeah, and it's not on her trackers.
That's interesting. 'Cause I'm pretty sure.
And did we
Gosh.
also see the mirrorless swap setup for her? I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So
Yeah, and
now
a
that
very-
Mr. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
And now that Mr. Bayer got that information on the third pendant, he's going to immediately be YBing into Meyer to hopefully do something here.
Yeah, using those bomb snaps, like you mentioned, very well executed from Bayer and Malmo as
He's
well.
just gonna leave
earlier.
immediately.
Yeah, that's interesting. We can open it.
It's kind of an interesting gamble. He has a 2 in 3 chance of having the right medallion there.
Yeah.
Luckily he does, so he can quickly check the Meyer shed and go back in. And I don't know for sure if he has a means to get to Vitreous here without the cane.
Yeah, a common
Right.
way to get to Vitreous would be using 2 YBAs.
Yeah. Ooh, and he found the ice rod there.
Wow!
Oh, Mallow
And-
found the mirror.
That's really, really interesting.
Oh,
Now, that's so interesting because I don't know if Bayer had the big key to check that item, to check that location. But Malmo does.
the Swamp Palace big key. Yeah. It is marked on his tracker, but he might have found it later. I
Yeah.
don't remember where it was. Remember when we said that it's one of the more useless big keys? Well, Now she has the mirror, which is a super useful item, not just for like general overworld routing, but it also has a lot of glitches that can be performed with it. Which, if she wanted to, she could even use to get to Argus, but she really doesn't really need to.
So Malmo could be in go mode in 2 seconds, but I wonder what else she will look for to clear the seed. I didn't notice how many bottles she had. Apparently all 4.
Yeah, and Buyer's Tracker also says he has all 4, and I think Tajsus does as well. That means they have a lot of glitch potential here. Especially Malmo with also having the mirror. They're unfortunately lacking the Cane of Samaria, so we haven't been able to see any of the very fun stuff that leads to. Buyer, unfortunately, taking a very, very long time to do a bunny revive since he has the red mail. Is generally why you might want to avoid picking up the red mail in No Logic, especially if you don't have the Moon Pearl yet.
And I was getting the items that we found mixed up, since Malmo found Mirror at the same time Buyer found Ice Rod, so Malmo will need to find that Ice Rod back in Misery Mire hut.
Which is probably not too obscure for her to be likely to find in the near future.
Exactly. It's just
especially now that she has the mirror, she might even like beeline straight there and Super Bunny in, because it's pretty easy checks.
Yeah, I find it likely. Yeah, but if it's missed, then it's kind of a needle in a haystack to get back there.
Yeah,
for that Ice Rod hunt. Okay, we've got Taj in the Mire area. He'll find it soon too, if he doesn't get wrecked by the Murder-Dactyl. But unfortunately, that's his strategy. He's using damage Super Bunny to get in.
Yeah.
He's got one more chance.
Oh, now he has... Oh, does he have a potion he could drink? Okay, he's gonna save and quit.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you get deep into No Logic, you can forget that potions have their intended use as well. I don't know if he actually has one, but...
That's a good point. That's a good point. I certainly wasn't thinking about that. All right, so that could be a turning point.
Very unfortunate for Tajso though, because he's now just barely missed both of the broad locations, and it might be a while before he goes back to either of them.
Yeah. So again,
Almost going back to Eastern. Probably she's going to finish it up, since she has the big key in the bow. And then she will likely try IPAing to Misery Mire again.
Yeah. I think that's very possible. It's all about cost of getting into Mire, basically. It can be done with one potion. It could be an overworld YBA, or it could be an underworld YBA.
Yeah.
So
now, do we know where the Hera small key was? Because it looks like Mr. Buyer does not have it.
Oh, I don't
know. Could be
know.
far off of getting the fire rod.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not really another good way to get that chest.
No, sometimes...
You open it with a pod. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's
Or into
interesting.
chat, so-
Good catch there.
And good thinking on Mr. Byers' part to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you said, pod keys are not very useful.
Mhm.
However, they can be used outside of the original intended dungeon.
Yeah.
Or we can open up doors in Cave State.
Something else that
for later.
may actually be a factor in this race is to reach Trinex. You can either go the normal way with the Cane of Samaria, or you can do some YPAs in a complicated sequence. Which I know for sure that Touchstone knows that sequence since he came up with it. But I can't say for sure about the other two runners, so they might be looking for the King of Samaria as well. And even the Turtle Rock Big Key, since nobody has that.
I think they know it.
You think they know it?
Based on the fact that they're both experienced.
I might just be projecting that I
research.
never really properly learned it, but
No, it's a good point though. We can't assume they know all the major glitches. So
yeah, there's so many sequences of things that it's hard to learn everything.
right. And that's true. At the same time, new runners ought not be afraid to just jump in and start learning some of the most powerful glitches out there.
Mhm. I mean, the best way is to just play a seed and learn as you go.
Yeah, and Malmo has made it back to the transition to Misery Mire. So we'll see how the YVAs go. We did it. Easy.
Yeah, if anyone is interested in learning how to do these kinds of randos, the people in the glitched channels in the randomizer Discord are very friendly and will help out anybody. Especially Malmo and Tajso here are both very, very, very helpful.
Agree. 100%.
How do Honk Punch? That's a good question, Yoho. Thank you for your question.
All right, so maybe there's a typo involved in trying to type hook push. I'm not quite sure. But hook pushing would involve having Cane of Samaria as well as hook shot. We would want I believe we're using the term hook push even if we don't have Samaria.
Yeah, you can do Samaria-less pushes, but they're
tricky.
much weirder and much more limited in use.
Yeah. Yeah, the most common way is to see Samaria to create a slot 9 block. That's a miss slot. And it causes the hookshot to behave in unusual ways that we have control over. So that can take Link all the way across a tile. And it's pretty powerful for navigation in this game.
It is possible to do it with a misslotted hookshot instead.
Right.
With more limited use, as I said. And Malmo found the ice rod and did a little victory slash.
Yeah, happy slash. Not as happy as the happy dance from Fire Rod, but still pretty happy.
Yeah.
So Malmo has to decide, what does she need now? Is she good to defeat the rest of the bosses? And how can we prepare at this point?
Opting not to go to Maya right away, I think because she only has one potion, or just a blue potion, which isn't suitable to reach Vitreous.
Right. I would...
I think we saw Mr. Byer trying to do it before, but given that he's going back, he probably mess it up.
Mm-hmm. So Malmo has 2 reds, 1 blue, and 1 green. We will likely, if we see the YBAs that it takes to get the Vitreous, we'll likely see 1 red and 1 green used.
This will be a YBA first from the Hourglass Room Admire to the Circle of Pots in Agnum's Tower, and then a Sword Spin YBA, which gets you a little bit extra distance. Instead of just 1 half tile, you go a full extra tile in addition, and that'll take us straight to the Vitreous boss room.
And I love that we saw this extended death warp from Bayer, this entire slime party on his screen. Malmo's dealing only with 1 slime, which is fine. And it's also helpful that she took some damage from the Dactyl.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is not an easy mode to complete, so just a brief shout out to all of our runners for doing it for Restream. And again, anyone just joining us, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the release of A Link to the Past. And there was an NMG race earlier of the vanilla game. Now we're playing randomizer.
Yeah. No logic randomizer, showcasing all of the glitch discoveries that have been made in 30 years. Just how far the game has come.
Yeah, this restream is showing 3 out of 4 of the racers in this race. Spleeby is not shown, but is also in the race.
Yeah.
And we are seeing the first YBA from Malmo. Oh yeah, we already saw it. And now there's a transition. So let's see how this goes. It's a transition and the sprites are here. That's good. She needed to correct the camera.
Camera's locked. That's good.
Yeah. So we have a successful entry into Aga Tower. And we don't really care that we're in Aga Tower. We just care that it's a room to get us to Vitreous' room.
Yeah.
So here we go.
She's gonna leave the key behind, which is smart because you don't need it. Although she probably won't need it ever. But now she's gonna do a spin YBA where she charges a spin, performs a YBA there, and releases the spin before actually activating the transition.
Perfect.
Goes clean 1.5 super tiles straight into the Vitreous boss room. Now we see that the camera is a little broken, but it's okay. Demonstrating cape strats. While you're slashing the sword, the magic doesn't drain on the cape, so you can just stand here and slash your sword and use very little magic. Pretty convenient. And we do the arrows. And now, because she started this whole sequence from entering Misery Mire normally, she will get the Misery Mire crystal.
Very well done. And meanwhile, we had Bayer, I believe, attempting the same trick. But we ended up in a bad place in Aga Tower, it looked like. So I didn't quite see what...
He maybe didn't correct the camera properly. I wasn't watching though.
Yeah, I missed it, unfortunately. We also saw a rando room for Taj, which means he has the bow. And one thing I know about Taj is that is a hype item for him.
Yeah.
Because he'll potentially be employing Overworld Conveyor. But we'll see.
Now we're going to see Tajso do a south YBA here, and this is going to bring him into the right side of Gan's Tower without needing to use the cane.
And
then
that was good.
because he doesn't have the fire rod, he's going to have to do the bomb jump to light all the torches with the lamp, which is a little tricky, but I'm sure he will do it just fine. Mr. Buyer opted to just dupe the Misery Mire Crystal. So this is the only dupe we've seen so far. Where he started from Misery Mire and went to the Moldorm boss room, and since Moldorm was dead, and he doesn't have the Mire Crystal yet, and he's in Mire, then he gets the Mire Crystal. Now, according to kind of our honor system rules, he will have to still kill Vitreous before he can declare that he has done the seed. But I think he's going to go do other stuff first and hope that he finds an easier method to get to Vitreous, is what it looks like.
Yeah, and fun fact, in the vanilla game, Ganon does not require anything to explode and be defeated. Yeah. But in Randomizer, all dungeons and 7 crystals and random crystals settings set a certain number. That
we're gonna see overworld conveyor.
Yes.
From Elmo. So this is a misslotting glitch. Where she's going to. It's a very complicated glitch to explain, but basically she's going to be trying to use her items in a certain way that forces the memory for basically a bomb existing on screen to be in kind of an improper spot in memory, and then she's going to take damage from that bomb, and it's going to, assuming she gets it, it's going to set a certain variable which indicates that Link is riding on a conveyor belt, and since conveyor belts don't normally exist in the overworld, this variable never gets reset, and she'll just kind of be sliding until she goes into the underworld or something. Unfortunately, she missed it and used too many bombs. She's just trying to find a good way into Turtle Rock, I think. So
yeah,
she's
I believe
opt
so.
to do a fake flute, and then she'll probably just DMA and head over there.
I appreciate the attempt. I am a little uncertain how recently Malmo learned Overworld Conveyor, so that was really cool to see the attempt.
Mm-hmm. She may not have been actually misslotting a bomb.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, like you said.
So, fake flute, Super Bunny, pull the tree, become Link again. Now she'll do Dark World Lumberjack DMA, which is a pretty fast way to get up there in Dark World. And cool little hops gets you into this clouds, and you can jump out of bounds, or back in bounds rather.
And shout outs to Mr. Buyer for reading the land bridge sign, a sign that was placed by our randomizer developers to give a shout out to the glitch tournament winners.
Yeah, including myself. So she ultimately gets into the laser bridge, which she did through a mirror map. Opens one chest to get tempered. It's pretty lucky.
Yeah, I think tempered is the best thing to find here, basically.
Yeah, I think.
Oh wow, that is also pretty big just to find Moon Pearl.
It's quite a Moon Pearl location. I think she was probably hoping to find the cane or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe judging by this, she doesn't know the YBAs to reach Trinex, because that is what I was expecting that routing to lead into. Or maybe she just doesn't have the potion for it, I'm not sure.
Or, yeah, there might have just been a potion deficit. We'll see.
That was a very, very stacked laser bridge, though. She's going to be able to check a lot of stuff very easily now.
Yeah.
Nice, Mr. Buyer getting 2 fairies from the bushes.
I never see that. Yeah, I didn't think it was that funny until you mentioned it.
Now
There we
Tocho
are.
is doing overworld conveyor, and he gets it. So now he's
He
in this
gets it.
sliding downward state. And he's going to inch his way into a diagonal wall very slightly, which will put him into a, generally we just call it a clipping state, where the overworld conveyor will then carry you through solid walls after that. This particular one's a little annoying because these dead rocks like to get in your way.
Yeah.
So by sliding down and facing up, he will activate the entrance into Mimic Cave. And then if he doesn't move,
Oh no.
he will still be sliding.
He moved too quickly.
I think yeah. On the underworld, you won't activate any screen transition by sliding into it. You'll slide through it. So the goal there was to wrap around that super tile to the upper room where the chest was. Or maybe he just wanted to move normally because he has the hammer to do that room normally anyway. I'm not sure. But yeah, unfortunately, he moved at a time where he would properly activate the transition and move down a screen.
Alright, so we are seeing the double YBA on Malma's side. Very well done. To move down the initial catwalk, which is very tricky when the camera is not aligned. Okay, unfortunately we missed the second YBA. So there's no way out. We have to start over. We could potentially mirror if we had enough potions, but I don't think that is what's happening here.
Yeah. Luckily, she has the Moon Pearl, so she can get back really quickly. Still has 2 reds, so she should be good to try again. But I think she probably wanted to like immediately go into the wrong warp to Agate 2 after this. So she wants to have the 3rd potion.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I guess that is very possible.
Looks like from Mr. Byer's side, we're going to see the Scudge super jump onto the castle. Yeet.
There it is. The flying Scudge, or Scudge super jump.
Named after Super Scudge, who's a very, very important glitch hunter in the history of this game. Unfortunately, not around all that much anymore nowadays, but he's done a lot of really great work for this game.
That's right, including coining the phrase funny auto walk thing, which we have been talking about since the very start of this.
Yeah, so we are going to see the YBA attempt again. Unfortunately missed the first time, but she can just mirror and try again. Generally you fail a YBA by either just drinking the potion or hitting the transition, and generally hitting the transition is a better outcome, except in some specific circumstances where you really don't want to.
Okay. Meanwhile, we have Fire exploring Agate Tower. We didn't really see what the item was because of the YBA affecting what we see. Okay, this looks good for Malmo.
So we get, so we do the first YBA north, which basically loads the room that you're in as being 1 super tile north. And then again, west does the same thing, and then falling in the hole there ends up just resetting the camera and everything, so she can just transition north, and she transitions as if she's from the room that is just below Trinex, directly into Trinex's room. And this will be her final crystal and crystal boss, which means all she'll have left to do is fight Aghanim 2 and then Ganon. And Aghanim 2 is one of the easier things to reach in no logic.
Yeah, it's funny how that is. There's a number of wrong warps there.
We're likely going to see what we call lava dive. Which makes use of kind of the garbage hole destinations I kind of mentioned earlier. Which is at the room in Turtle Rock with the lava. The falling destination from there is the Agnum 2 boss room, and we can reach the hole there by using a YBA. And Mr. Byer is doing something pretty nice here.
Yeah, everything's fine.
So he did the spin YB to reach Vitreous like Malmo did, except that he used a red potion instead of a green, and that caused a lot of VRAM corruption, as we call it. VRAM being visual memory, I think. I forget exactly what it means, but video.
Yeah, that's what we call it. I know there is a corruption of the PPU register,
Video.
but I don't really know how it works technically. So it looked like we had a nice fight from Mr. Byer. Hard to tell, but
it's hard to tell. He did reset earlier than I would have expected, so he might have.
I personally think that that's just a matter of our thinking about the prize collection. There's no prize collected there, just the.
Oh right, yeah, because he already got it. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
We had the successful wrong warp for Malmo.
Yeah, the lava
already
dive.
In Aga 3. Yeah, the lava dive.
And
mhm.
I don't remember what I was gonna say. There was kind of a weird thing in Mr. Byer's Vitreous fight, which is that if you do the YBA into Vitreous, starting from Agnum's Tower and not from Misery Mire, you'll have a different tile set, and the slime is actually solid collision.
I was gonna mention that too.
Yeah, so you get kind of a weird thing where the eyeball jumps away from you and stuff.
Yeah, you have
to be careful
the...
because you have to let him get out, or you can't grab the item from him.
And this is all for Malmo. She's dropping to the Ganon fight, so she just needs to defeat Ganon to beat the seed.
It's tempered, hookshot, everything that you could need to have a good Ganon fight. Well, she doesn't have silvers, but
yeah.
Oh no, where did Tajda die? I wasn't watching.
Tajda died to slugs.
Oh,
so
that's really,
painful,
really rough. Yeah.
I don't know if he lost a potion out of it though, so he's just gonna try again.
So he did now find the ice rod in Mire's Shed, and he still has to find the fire rod from Tower of Hera, as does Mr. Byer. Unfortunately, that's a very easily orphaned check. It might be a while before they go back there. Mr.
Okay, a
Byers.
late Forge glitch for Malmo.
Yeah.
That's okay. She's got half magic. She's got lamp. We can take care of Ganon without it.
You might be going there now. He looks like he's clipping into Hera here, so you might be going straight for the basement. Oh, maybe he was going to, but decided not to because nobody likes the tile room.
Yeah, it's so easy to just think of literally anything else and just not do it.
Yeah. I wonder if we will end up seeing Samaria from one of the runners here.
Yeah, it's very possible.
He's going to 3 with a fake flute. Maybe he's checking Smith's and purple chest here.
Oh, maybe. I'm You know, another thing our runners could check is Spike Cave.
Yeah,
Like, there's a lot of one-offs.
I think that's an easy one to forget. No logic, especially.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. All right, Ganon is defeated on Malmo's side. GG's for completing
GG's
this
to
seed.
Malmo for, I believe, winning. I haven't watched the race here.
Yeah,
She finished in first place, the 152.44. GG's to Malmo.
GG. And this means I will turn
Might
down
be a little interesting
sound.
to see. Sometimes you can get a little information from seeing other players finish. So maybe if they see that she's finished, they'll think to go back to Hera. If they're watching the race room.
Yeah. Yeah, Hair Basement's one of those things where it's obviously something you can skip and go on to search other things. But if you don't have Moon Pearl, maybe it's one of those, you know, more likely to find than not before a bunch of other Dark World things like Spike Cave or...
It looks like he is going to get the Smith's check. Also going to check Stumpy here. I guess he didn't do that yet. Oh, and he didn't do Digging Game either until now, so it makes sense to chain all this together. There's quite a few items here.
Yeah.
This will probably include Peg Cave, or maybe not.
Okay, we have
Peg Cave? I didn't see.
I don't think so. Incidentally, we have another graphical corrupted vitreous fight on Taj's side.
Yeah.
It'll be another similar fight with arrows. I'm not exactly sure how Bayer completed the fight against all the eyeballs. Oh, silver arrows. Silver arrows. So Taj and Bayer both had silver arrows.
Yeah, that was in the Meyer map chest. Beside the big chest, so they all got that on the way in.
Oh, it's a South Dark World loop.
Yeah, I see him taking the moat swim. And because the walls there don't quite line up, you can end up clipping back out onto land there, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, I'm loving this route.
And then he can get this and simply save and quit. To then rescue the Smith.
Oh, right, he doesn't have the mirror.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because it would make it hard to chain the purple chest in with this, but...
Right, but we will return the Smith. I want to see Samariak here.
Yeah, I would like to see one of them find Samaria here.
It's a bug net.
That's not what we wanted.
Not what we were looking for. All right, so it's nice to see Vitreous completed on all of our runners' dreams. It just goes to show how how Trinex is the most difficult to defeat boss in No Logic 90% of the time. And this is no exception.
Yeah. Bayer's gonna check what is on the pedestal. Interesting. And we are joined by Malmo, the winner of the race. GG Malmo.
Thank you.
GG, congrats on the win.
Can I get a cane next time?
Yeah. Nobody has the cane yet that we've seen, so.
Yeah. I mean, you know what this means, right? This
What?
means we have to do another one because nobody's seen the cane glitches yet.
Yeah,
We
Right.
had
that's
2 of
true.
these showcases 2 weeks in a row and no cane in either of them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I take it the fire rod was the difference maker, right?
Yeah, no one else.
Yeah, no
has
one
found
else.
Yeah,
it.
no, because it sucks. Nobody does
Yeah.
Hera basement.
Yeah.
But
I
we
wanted to know
just
why I did.
we just saw a Smith chain check from buyer. So even that was checked before Hera basement.
Yeah, I guess my justification was there's other ways to bring keys into Swamp, so the Hera key is not as important as it is in hybrid major glitches. But also, I was 2 rods from go mode. It's like, I don't skip things when I'm 2 rods from go mode in a no logic seed.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really smart.
Pretty much the situation everyone is in here.
Also, shout outs to Laser Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Making my life so much easier. I'd still be playing if those items weren't there.
Yeah,
That
that
makes
was
sense.
very loaded.
I saw you get Tempered Sword and said that is the number one thing that we wanted to see there. And then you got Moon Pearl, and that reminded me how much easier it makes the rest of this.
Yeah, and I save and
Yeah.
quit because I'm like, well, now I want to save scum my potions because I can, which is a good move because I needed that. I didn't hard reset my potions, but I was really close to running out of money, so I was prepared to. Also, Lumberjack Sword, Monka S.
Right.
Yeah, that was something. Tajso actually got that one.
Ooh, did he use a hero with like a bomb or something? Or did he just do it?
Yeah, he did a bomb juke from here.
Nice.
Right.
So, I guess you've already said some, but any other thoughts on this seed?
No, I'll enjoy watching it back. It's, like I said, it was a little disappointing no one got Kane.
Yeah.
So, better do more of these because nobody's seen the Kane glitches yet. They're really cool.
Right. Yeah. We'll come out of retirement next time.
Yes, do it. So, yeah, I'll just, once again, thanks the, commentators and restreamer trackers. I'm gonna go off mic and just watch the rest of this with you guys. So, yeah, enjoy.
Alright, GG's again.
GG's. And shoutouts to the upcoming Glitch League, which will hopefully be able to showcase more glitched races and no logic like this.
Yeah. Maybe I'll come out of retirement for that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Glitch League will be helpful in postponing an early Rando retirement.
Alright, so what are these two up here? Buyer's going through ice. I think, was he here before? I don't think so. He doesn't have the crystal of it yet. Right, he didn't have fire rod or bomb boats or anything yet, so he had no real reason to go here so far.
Looks like we may have lost Taj so briefly, but he's back. And Taj is exploring Thieves Town, and I'm wondering, this might just be a Thieves clear.
Yeah, I actually thought he had done this already, so I'm a little surprised that he hadn't.
He pulled off something funny in the blind fight.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Was that a map?
I feel like it wasn't, because it wasn't a fade out. It was an iris close. So it was like an LSD blind without the hallucinogenic colors. And I don't know why. I think I've seen this before, but I don't know how he did it. It's the fast LSD blind. But the point of all that is to potentially leave the door open. We do get the prize anyway, so having the door open doesn't have a consequence here.
Maybe it just looks cool. I don't know. The coolest one is with the mirror.
Yeah, I think the primary purpose of that was to confuse the commentators, which I appreciate. We'll puzzle it out in time.
Alright, so Mr. Buyer looks like he's going for a bunny DMD here as well.
Yeah, another chance at Hera has been bypassed.
Don't recall if we've seen him go to Skullwoods yet. So he could be doing that. Since it's a pendant, I wouldn't blame him for not having gone there quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
Dodge So also bypasses another chance at Tile Room.
Yeah.
He's going for Overworld Conveyor again.
Yes.
Since he unfortunately messed this up last time and didn't go back.
Yeah, this is going to be very helpful if we get it. And if we go into T-Rock. I am realizing we were going for Mimic Cave last time. So I don't know where Dodge is going to go. I do expect more Overworld Conveyor out of him if he only goes to Mimic Cave. So we'll see. And he gets it.
There, he gets the Overworld Conveyor. Has Dead Rocks in kind of a bad spot here. So he's gonna despawn them. Now he has the Tektite over here as well. Death Mountain really is just awful.
And it's a post-Aghanim Death Mountain. Obviously, I don't know if that particular screen changes.
I don't think it matters on that screen, yeah.
It wouldn't make any sense because there's no real way to get to that screen before Aghanim.
Yeah.
Just a piece of heart.
You're unfortunate. Did he just reset to get his bombs back?
Oh, it looks like
he did. Yeah.
So yeah, that indicates we want to use more bombs for Overworld Conveyor. And this will most likely be a Turtle Rock venture.
Once again, not going into Tile Room. Now we'll see what he does here.
Yeah, I don't know what would be the best choice at this point.
Moms have to sing now. Trust me, you don't want to hear that. Fire narrowly avoiding a Wallmaster.
Another reason we want Samaria, to get the vanilla big key chest of Skullwoods.
Faster, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're seeing a Skullwoods entry for Taj. I thought he would have made a play for Skull already. Or well, at least he has the big key this time.
Given the Wilson Skull, something we did mention earlier that plays a factor here is Todgeso having Aghanim defeated, so he won't be able to be in fake Dark World.
Oh,
But
sorry.
we're seeing a spin YBA from Mr. Buyer here.
Yes. This will take us to Hera,
Yeah,
and we'll
so
get a pendant out of it.
I don't know, he's the blue, so no VRAM corruption here.
Yeah. And he dashes directly into the curtains where there happens to be a hole.
Yeah, so a side effect of some of these transition corruptions is that they create holes through overlay corruption. I don't know exactly how it works, but something like that. Todgeso's doing some misslotting here.
Yes.
I think he's aiming to do a Samarialist hook push off this chest, maybe? Well, that would put him into EG if he did that, so...
But maybe he can store? I don't even know how this works.
Yeah,
but
I
he
forget
would need
the specifics of it.
Yeah. He would need to hook the chest from below.
Yeah.
For the...
So,
oh, he's got the misslotted hook. That's good.
So what he's doing here is he's misslotting a hook shot, and it won't work properly, so it'll extend and catch, but won't actually move him. And now he's going to... I think he does another misslotted hook.
Oh, it didn't work.
The goal there, I think, is to do another misslotted hook, and then a real hook shot. As it's still extending, or something along those lines. I forget exactly how this works.
Yeah, I also can't explain it. I know there are essentially 3 Y presses involved, and I think that the
or here's a real hook
know.
shot. I think that is extended to catch the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's going to stand down here, slot another hook, I believe, and then it'll move him.
I'm not
along
sure.
The real hook shot, as if he was like still at the end of it, but he's now down in the corner, so it'll force him just straight right through the wall.
The only thing I'm not sure about is whether the last hook is simply an Ancilla overload. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Meanwhile, good news. We are seeing Hair Basement on Buyer's side, so he'll get Fire Rod.
Fire Rod, yeah.
And most likely that will be go mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taj knows a lot about what slots he is manipulating based on his experience and knowledge of which slots that the Ancilla go into. So he's kind of trying different options to just make it work. This is a lot different from how I would approach the video game, where I typically need to memorize the methods. But yeah, Taj has a lot of...
like Mr. Buyer kind of had like a moment of picking up that fire rod.
Yeah.
A moment of disbelief.
And one thing about Byer's trip to Skull Woods is that he picked up the green pendant. Now I didn't see whether he turned it in. We were talking about hookshot for a while. I like to call it a miss hook, but I don't know if that will catch on.
Miss hook.
As opposed to a Samariolus hookshot. Hook push, rather. Okay, this is fun from Taj. What we're seeing now is an overworld conveyor, which he did activate. Now, this particular route involves a specific pixel, because we are going to aim for what we see on Taj's screen, which is right side desert. And what he's going to try to do here, if he's got the right pixel, he's just go in, there it is, and then he needs to transition on the correct window, and there it is.
Nice.
This is Gana's tower. So Taj will hope to collect all 4 chests and go to Agatu. I don't think he's going to do that based on his key count. But it'll be
No,
interesting to
he's
see
gonna
how far
get
he gets.
stuck before Moldorm 2, unfortunately. Unless he somehow gets very, very lucky on a key.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he could YBA into Moldorm 2, actually. I don't know. Actually, that's an auto door, so probably not. Or you could do it from this room, I guess.
And thank you, Zakat, for the clarification about Ancilla overloading. And I'd like to learn more later about the index being high, since I didn't realize that was happening.
Will he finally check tile room?
My guess is no, but it could happen.
Oh, looks like he's going to do it.
Yeah, I've been proven wrong here. Yeah, like I said, everything else is just gonna be a really annoying check. So this is perfect. So a pretty close game now between.
Oh, we see. Seeing spin speed with the pot.
Yeah, here we go. Taj is showcasing some pot spin speed for us.
Doesn't save any time. It just looks really funny.
Yep. Yeah. And shout outs to Yoho for showing it off earlier as well during the NMG race.
Yoho special.
Right, Yoho. Registered trademark. We have to pay for the use of the trademark, I guess. I don't know. Not actually sure who found pot spin speed.
I think it.
I'm guessing
In
Yuzahara.
general, I think it was Yuzu because used it for the Helma rail clip.
Yeah. Well then, shoutouts to Yuzu for
Yeah,
finding
just
so many of the.
general shoutouts to Yuzu for finding like 80% of the glitches that we use in this game.
Yeah. Some like over 5 years ago, like YBA, and then others like a year ago for dash clipping, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Now, with Go mode in hand, Todd shows aiming to clean up Ice Palace, and then he'll have to do Turtle Rock and Swamp as well. Mr. Buyer only aiming to do Turtle Rock here. He's going to have to use the YBA method as well. Even if you wanted to hover the gap, we don't have the big key. So.
I didn't see whether Taj did Compass Room, Pen Gators. Miss Seed. I was just
I
thinking.
didn't either. I did see him bomb clip, so I don't know if he did.
Yeah.
But he was here before as well.
We have seen two Taj So original combat strats
We're
in Ice
seeing
Palace.
upward bomb clip from Mr. Buyer.
Oh, yes, I
Very
love
nice.
that. Yeah, that's a fast way to get to this ledge. And we are using the screen scroll, the mirrorless overworld clip into Laser Bridge. Buyer picks up his Tempered Sword. Maybe Moon Pearl soon?
I would hope so, unless he just like walks past the chest.
Suspense is building.
Oh. If he messes up the laser skip too much, he might actually just not get it.
Okay.
Now we see Moon Pearl.
Safe.
It's good. Safe. You're going to see a YBA as well here. Man, I really just exposed myself that I don't know this for some reason, and everyone does.
Okay, but Buyer is recalling the steps, and okay. So
Oh no.
that's the issue. In learning this is you have to memorize the catwalk. So, he will need to. I don't
he's
know
gonna have
what.
to reset the dungeon.
Yeah.
I think he might have wasted that key by opening the door after YBAing. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a interesting question. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Wow. Yeah. That's so interesting. Yeah, good observation.
Because he wrote the door opening value to the super tile north of this one.
Yeah. Right. Oops. We walked into Ganon's tower, I suppose.
Yeah.
Alright, what's going on with Taj here? He needs to do something. I'm not quite sure what. Maybe beat Swamp Palace. It's so interesting to see him go for a sword buffered one frame.
Yeah, the traditional one frame clip.
Yeah. And citrus clips were found a little while afterwards. They're a little more recent. That was not a citrus clip. Like you said, it's the traditional method. And in Hera specifically, we cannot citrus clip due to the locations of the railings.
Yeah.
What is Taj doing? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
It's potions.
He opened up the swamp doors.
So with the doors unlocked, he
But
might want.
He's not opening the dam here, or maybe he is now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Fire's again going for the bomb clip and potentially going back into Turtle Rock. I'm not sure if he's gonna do that for Aga 2. I'm guessing. Oh, excuse me. I forgot. Fire has to defeat Trinex still. Okay. I'm back on track here.
Yeah. So first, Taj had to open the door in Cave State, and now he's going back.
Yeah.
To get the proper swamp dungeon ID.
Yes. So, Bayer's suffering a bit without the use of the mirror. Each time Bayer wants to reset the dungeon, he'll have to death warp.
Baby unfortunately forfeit due to time constraints, but wish a happy birthday to Sleepy as well. Imagine sharing a birthday with A Link to the Past.
Yep. Happy B-Day to Weeby and ALttP. And all the
And
other.
Greenham.
That's right. And all the other gamers who share a B-Day with the video game.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Greenham as well. It's given so much to the community.
For sure. And thanks to him, we have Helpasaur King in chat to help us with knowledge questions and links to videos and strats. Okay, so good thing we have a successful YBA to Trinex, and we have a, of course, the discolored Trinex.
Yeah,
That
due
tends to
the
confuse.
not loading properly or something. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, I'm also not sure.
But it also happens with Helmasaur and Mothula and a lot of
Yeah.
bosses.
Yeah, it's particularly funky on Trinex just because you might use color cues to choose the correct rod to use.
Yeah.
So it might throw off runners, but not in this race, it seems.
And Mr. Buyer now has to beat Aghanim 2 and then Ganon. Once again, buying potions. Probably will opt to Lava Dive. It's the simplest way to Aga 2.
Yeah. And one thing we speculated on was whether we would see Kane before the remaining runners completed the seed, and it looks like it's gonna be a no.
Yeah.
I have no idea where this Kane is. Probably Kane blocked in Turtle Rock or something. Pretty typical.
Yeah. The worst Kane location I've seen is in the roller room in Turtle Rock.
Oh yeah.
Which I was able to reach with a two YBAs. There's like 3 YBAs and a clip from Mire Torches or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's definitely 2 YBAs in a clip. Yeah, it's obnoxious.
Your buyer trying to bomb jump here.
Oh yeah, good point from Malmo.
Could use the hook shot. But bomb
Okay.
jump's cool, so
Yeah, this bomb jump is particularly weird. I mapped out the like available pixels that work for it, and they extend in this weird downward diagonal pattern. So Link
Yeah.
doesn't have to be like in the specific upper left spot. He can be like in a strange line downwards and to the right.
so you end up having to do 2 YBAs here, one to bypass the big key door, and then one to get to the lava. And there we are at Aghanim 2. Oh, Kodge is gonna show off some more World Conveyor. Hopefully. Well, now he's down to 2 bombs, so I guess not.
Yeah.
I guess he was aiming to avoid 1 frame clipping T-Rock climb, which is just awful.
Oh, Buyer's going for a clipe.
I guess there's no bunny way to laser bridge without the mirror. Because you can do mirrorless laser bridge, but you need to use the boots. So he's gonna
The
have to
boots
get a
for-
link state here to get the jump past the transition. For a mirrorless laser bridge. So you can't do it as a bunny.
Meanwhile, we have a Ganon fight for Buyer. Has to be a little bit careful. You can still take another hit, but there we go. Red potion solves the issue.
So, Nacho coming over to this cliff here. He's gonna do another mirrorless laser bridge. So he's going to get in on this cliff here and use the boots to jump past the transition. And I think something might have gone wrong. Yeah, he seems a little confused, unfortunately.
Okay. Fire spinning in circles.
That's unfortunate. That clip is a little finicky.
Yeah.
So
GG's to Bayer for completing this seed. That's 2 hours 32 minutes and 34 seconds on its timer, and 34 seconds in the race room as well.
GG's to Mr. Bayer.
Yeah, and so Glenn, I believe there is a, mirrorless way into Laser Bridge, and
As a bunny, though?
yeah, even as a bunny, because we can hit a diagonal to get us to the Laser Bridge door, and then keep going, which will wrap Link, and then we can death warp and by falling into a hole. So we might see that here. Oh, we do have mirror too.
Oh, he has overworld conveyor as a bunny, so yeah, we might be seeing that.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
And while they're doing it, chat, remember that this is, in fact, a squad stream. You can check them out here, but also, if you guys want to check out more about Adobe products, exclamation. You guys want to check out more about Adobe products, exclamation Adobe in the chat to find out more details about how you can get.
So there we go.
If you're a student.
So the setup was easier in the light world, and so here we go. How are we gonna do this? I'm watching Taj's inputs. He moved upwards to find a transition, and then now he's death warping, like I mentioned.
Very nice.
And now we're doing mirror shield laser skips.
Oh,
Is Taj the only one with mirror shield? He got that so early.
Yeah, I am not sure. I don't remember seeing on Mr. Bayer's side. But now he's gonna go for the YBA method to try next.
Oh, that's right. There was the sunken treasure shield.
Yeah, I think Taj was the only one who actually picked that up.
That's funny.
So
Okay, we got a double YBA. Now we just need to walk into this boss room. Basically, we want to be really careful there to walk. We can dash, but any improper movement changes the collision. So generally we see a walk upwards.
yeah. Having some difficulty with the ice head. Unfortunate. Sometimes it's a little trolly there.
We are joined by Mr. Bayer. GG, Mr. Bayer, on finishing this seed.
GG's.
And a very thorough search from you. Very well done, routing wise. What did you think about this seed?
I knew one of those dungeon chests that I skipped was gonna bite me eventually, so I was hoping it wasn't gonna be like that, but
Yeah.
Yeah. It took you and Taj a long time to go to Hera Basement. Malmo found it fairly early. So that was a great advantage for her.
Hmm.
So yeah. It was interesting to me that Moon Pearl was so difficult, so that made it, you know, potentially a little bit more attractive than Dark World locations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it was a bottle seed and not a Samaria seed because I'm better at YBAs than STCs.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
And
Nobody's found Samaria here.
yeah, it's so weird.
So Touchstow's coming back over to desert here with Overworld Conveyor.
Oh, Spleeby found Samaria. I wonder where
Oh,
that was.
Spleeby found it.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is the second time that we're seeing Taj so overworld conveyor into
He found the desert small key.
yeah.
He's just gonna go to Aghanim the normal way.
Yeah, and if all are okay with finding out, I would like to know as well where that Samaria is.
Maybe it's in Moldorm too.
Yeah. Maybe.
Or even like right side GT or something. Trying to think of something that's not like too awful to check. That he could have found it in.
There's also
Map
a
of this dungeon. Nice.
and the heart is spawned because we're not in Ganon's Tower. And the Ganon's Tower is the only dungeon where the boss will not drop a heart.
Yeah.
So then the other item pulled out of the chest turns the graphics of the heart into a map as well.
Yeah. I would be happy to find out where the cane was. I guess it'd be back of Skull Woods.
Oh, Mr. Buyer, if you're still here, I was wondering if you turned in Green Pendant.
yeah, I did. It's just a
Okay.
heart piece.
Okay, gotcha. I missed that.
It was in Pyramid Ferry, apparently. That means that this lady must have gotten an early mirror then.
Huh.
Touchstone is now out to fight Ganon to wrap up the seed. Oh, he actually used the ball. Wow. That's definitely a play in no logic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's a really interesting route from Spleeby.
What were the crystals? Was it desert and mire? Or swamp? Desert and swamp, I think.
Swamp. Maybe Palace of Darkness? Okay. Yeah, so that answers my question about how we would drag the bomb. All right. Well, anyway, here we go. Ganon is defeated for Tosh.
Ganondorf has defeated Ganon.
That's right. GG's to Taj and all of our runners for
GG's.
completing a no logic seed and defeating all crystal bosses.
Definitely not a simple task. But also not as intimidating as it might seem. If anyone out there is interested in learning, I'll mention again that everyone in the glitch channels of the randomizer Discord are very friendly and helpful, and gladly help anybody learn to do seats like this.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back about when I first started learning glitch modes. I started with pedestal seeds, so I just needed to learn enough glitches to get the 3 pendants. And are we joined by Tajso?
Are we?
Hello. GG's, Taj.
Yeah.
Hello,
that
GG.
That was a bother. Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. It took you and Mr. Buyer a while to go to Terra Basement to find that fire rod.
Yeah, that's the trouble with no logic when Trinex is essentially required, is you have no idea where those rods are, and you have to check every little thing.
Yep. It's not just Nice Rod Hunt, it's both Rods Hunt. And
Yeah,
no logic.
yeah. Which makes it so much worse. at
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
Especially the fire rod, like having to get past that for a lot of checks is annoying.
Yeah, and having to double dip a whole bunch of dungeons like Ice Palace and all that.
Mhm.
And I was a little concerned about Ice Rod for you, since we had seen Ice Rod already, and you had, and you were approaching Meyer Hut, but had trouble with the damaged Super Bunny.
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
in. Eventually, you got it.
Yeah, I did right before going into Meyer proper, getting it loaded properly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And
I'm a little disappointed that I couldn't get the push that I wanted to work in the back of Skull to get to the back of Skull Woods.
I know, I was so excited for that.
I want to say that what was screwing me up was the silvers. You notice that I switched off of them towards the end there. That's just so because I think there's just a little bit of weirdness with how the sparkles get created by the silvers that it just makes it a little harder to work.
There's sparkles that stay a little bit even after it hits the wall, I think. Something weird.
Yeah, just reading from what Zakat said, he was thinking the index was too high.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if it was too high because I was only using my my sword sparkles to mislot the hook. So I don't think I would have run into an issue with both hooks that I was throwing being misslotted. And I just had a bit of a problem with making sure that I could have all the slots that I needed filled, but I couldn't use bow because the hookshot likes to replace particles as well as other things. So that was I had to try to figure out how to do that with lamp and bombs, and then I couldn't hear all my lamp flames being used, so I couldn't tell if I had 3 or not, and that's a real tight timing. You need to know that if you're going to try it.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So we did get to see Overworld Conveyor a lot.
Yeah, I did use it a fair bit.
As we hoped. So that was great to see. And nice to see a completed Desert Palace into Aghanim too.
Yeah. When I saw that Desert Small Key and Laser Bridge, I was like, oh, there's my Aga 2 access. Because I'm not climbing that tower. Screw that.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot to pay attention to on Laser Bridge, and the desert did not ring any bells for me. So that's great.
Yeah. Because I went to the top of GT earlier from Desert, and I didn't have the small key, so I got everything there except for the last key door in Moldorn 2. So when I saw that, it's like, oh, okay, that works.
Yeah, for sure.
And I was amazed with the heavy amount of bottles near the start, because I think we had all 4 of them within about 40 minutes, which pretty much never happens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't count.
And it was convenient the one inside of the Dark Magician room of GT was pre-filled with a blue potion.
Oh, yeah. And the fairy fountain gave blue potions.
Mm-hmm. I have to admit, I was a little disappointed to know that Quake was the medallion for Meyer and that I had it. I was a little disappointed in that.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to see sewer door deletion.
No, not sewer door deletion. From that one, I could just use overworld conveyor into pod.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
actually, I don't... Yeah, and I could do it because I could just fake flute, get link state, go above pod, and do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the brand new thing that's less than a week old.
Yeah, the dungeon ID manipulation that occurs is so bizarre to me. I cannot explain it.
I mean, I could. Maybe. But it might be a little too technical. No, well, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great fun to watch and commentate. So glad we found you and all the others for restreaming. So
yeah, I think you had you had 3 out of 4 of us on the restream, which is kind of crazy for no logic. We've never really tried more than 2.
Yeah, we missed some stuff, but
yeah, it worked out really well. From my perspective, even if there were some things I missed, it was great to see 3 different routes with the different, abilities and glitched skills, and just to see the overall patterns that occurred. And that occurred at the very, very start with all 3 runners going to into Hylia Island right away.
Yeah.
And then a light world clear. And Bayer delayed Kakariko quite a bit and was able to find gloves for the first sword in Checkerboard Cave. So
yeah, I knew that was going to happen because I think they were on South Shore or something, and being able to carry that from your desert clear to get your first sword, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's your second sword right away because Yuzuhara needs nothing but bombs.
Yeah, right.
Well, bombs and sword, that is.
Yeah, you're right. You gotta slash the curtain. Yeah, any other thoughts before we wrap it up?
No, that's about it. I'm gonna have to watch this one back, see what everybody did.
Yeah.
But thanks for putting this on. Thanks for commentating, the both of you. And thanks to our trackers, of course.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks again.
Wait to celebrate the 30th anniversary. 30th anniversary. I can't even talk.
Yeah, and shout outs to ZeldaSpeedRuns for hosting these 2 big races, NMG and No Logic.
Glenn reminded me why we don't let him do commentary. I mean, what?
What?
Talking is usually an important skill in doing commentary.
Yeah, you got me there.
No, thank you everyone for being a part of this. All 4 of the runners in this race, everybody in NMG. This was a lot of fun to do. Hopefully, we don't have to wait another 30 years for doing something like this.
Hopefully.
But yeah, yeah. No, I would. Maybe we can start doing something like this more often. We'll have to do some talking. But
I like to hear.
Big thank you to all 4 of our runners: Tojo, Mr. Buyer, Malmo, and Spleeby off stream. Our 2 comms today for this race: Chex and Glan. Earlier, Buddha and Clearmouse. Big shout outs to Popsicle Sticks on the back end running their first restream. Congratulations on surviving and welcome to hell. Any final thoughts before we head on out?
Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks again for showcasing this, or just restreaming it.
Alright, so we will be rating, I think, a newer runner to this category, so please, if you're going to join there, please stick around, give them some love as they get started. Until next time, all, thank you very much for joining us. Everybody stay safe out, and we will see you back here soon. Have a good night.